you told me last December I'd cross the border this year more times than I can remember. Back and forth from Canada to the United States. Yeah, we hustle on the move, we do whatever it takes. And I never could have imagined I would travel so much. My brown and documented people, y'all know that it's rough. Got gringos calling us illegals. We got indigenous blood, oh no, hold up. Must be playing, they the racist land invading, mass murder, earth betraying ones. Yo, much respect to all the natives who took time to share their stories I can't put into words what y'all have really done for me. And Logan Savage fam been showing me the way, cultivating the rage, motivating me to stay brave like a bimbo about to break. Please know we appreciate all our folks in the cut who steady bumping the music. Every show was a blessing, blasting louder acoustic, taking notes from the youngsters who were holding it down in their ancestral homeland. They're gonna turn the shit around. To all the young sisters, always elevate your voice. You carry gifts within you, make some motherfucking noise. If somebody tries to shut you down or make you feel small, it's just cause they don't understand your power at all. Now we recognize the indigenous land defense worldwide, native life demonstrating excellence. Born to ride, born to defy these crackers, colonial ignorance. These rhymes of resistance, all what got me on the road. Believe I had to examine every word that I wrote, cause the youth were listening when I was standing to speak. Cause I'm coming from the struggle and they was feeling the beat. So I had to make sure that I was coming correct. Took time to sit back and really reflect. If you wanna build through the music, you must foresee its effect. But the learning curve sharp, we don't got much time left. Don't got much time. Don't got much time left. No, no, huh, woo, huh. Yo, rest in power to the students murdered in Ayotzinapa. Pinches puercos del gobierno se dieron cuenta lo que pasa. Intentaron enterrar semillas y el país prendió fuego. Now waiting for anyone to free his homies in a lonely land, screaming fuck the police. We don't beg our oppressor, we hold court in the streets. Ferguson and coast to coast, it's open season on a pig. Fighting for our freedom is the only way we'll live. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. Was this the year the revolution began? Time will tell, time will tell. I ain't been sober like this since I was damn near 13. Hey, yo, I'm feeling so sharp, my mind's feeling so clean. See, I decided this year that I can't drink like I used to, but most of the homies always say, looking for an excuse to pour up a cup of that white man's peace. But when you good on that shit, you learn to tell them like this: the liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. The liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. But see, what really gets me heated is how proud you fucking sound, bragging about how many shots you about to show me you can pound. Man, that's flashbacks in these tios, borrachos growing up who only showed their soul and faces when they needed a buck. They get into the cases and then my mom would be stuck cleaning up broken bottles and blood spilled from the fights, and that ain't even rock bottom. You don't wanna hear about those nights, but I already know what you gon' say. You not an alcoholic, but how many of your friends are, and what could you do to stop it? This a whole other topic for a whole other song, so let me wrap it up. Yeah, let's just move it along. See, I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless. Try to keep up with my lyrics, got you looking breathless. You could never kill my spirit, but you should just call me Deadless. What? Said I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless. Try to keep up with my lyrics, got you looking breathless. You could never kill my spirit, but you could just call me Deathless. That's it. 2014's damn near done. We're just prepared for what's to come.
You know, as a warrior, we got a code that we live by, right? It's for all my old get you die.
Let's go! Calling out them AKs, 4.5s and ARs. Don't be tripping, man, cause you know that we will play hard. This is our country, so these strangers better stay far. Hella local, man, put you right into that graveyard. Hear us with the battle sounds, fear us on the battlegrounds. Play around, let's gamble round, so much we can handle now. Fighting back became a cause since they started breaking law. Miss squad, Wabish Kaba, full blood will get you dog. Let the arrows fly, they will carry pride. They will bury times when the warriors collide. I will never run and hide, Creator be my guide. For the people that I love, I will fight so they survive. We protect the young, we help them by God. We teach them to love, we raise them in life. I'm bleeding the blood of warrior time, seeking their blood to warrior cry. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code. Smudge with the brothers, roll up the loud. Never back down, warriors remain proud. Go grab your pistol, shotties and rifles. The death count rising like the American snipers. Beat the drum and a war cry. Fuck with the trap, someone's finna die. A medicine man, pray we move unseen. Praise no harm comes over to the game. If you didn't like me then, you won't like me now. Put me a serpent straight in the ground. Why do I think the way I think and do the things I do? I die for any member of my crew, cause I'm the chief and I live for mine. Die for mine, put a blade in your spine. Not scared of prison and no, not death. Mind like crazy horse till my last breath. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code.
I'ma live by it, I'ma die by it. This code right here won't ride without it. I'm a Winnipeg boy and I'm loud about it. Got the cops hating, who care about it? I stay blessed from these streets. That's that type of love you don't beat. All these real thugs, real G's. That's them same wars you gon' see. On them battlefields we don't run. Black powder banging them guns. My neighbor speaking in tongues. Our elders banging them drums. Now what? Our time has come. For what? To show the devil we ain't done. Armageddon has begun. Killing them one by one.
I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully everyone's good. It's the new year. You know how we do it here in Indian country. I'm just kind of waking up myself, so you know. Morning, night.
One world,
much love.
one
I know, what I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, no, we are one.
It all starts with the people. One people, we stand all together, one voice saying yes we can. Each one, reach one till we pull ourselves up, cause we all one fam. From the rest to the block, to the Perry, to the rock, we connect that love. Cause the people with power feel the power of the people when we stand as one.
I got you stuck off the realness. We be indigenous, you heard of us. Max Event, the murderers, spreading the love with the water and earth. Understand against hate, kinda know what the purpose is. We vibe, the climate is changing, signs of the times. It's time to start praying, pray for the world and community. Prayers are more powerful when we're in unity.
What I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, no, we are one.
Woke up today, hungry for a change, new path to take. Can't stay the same, it's been too long. Pointing out who's right or wrong, can you hear me out? All we need is a little bit of love. Take time to heal and it starts with us. Hand in hand, I put my trust in one world, reunite, it's a must. Hold on to hope, we can overload. We can break the code with a single note. Sing out for the world to hear that our time is now, no more for tears. I looked into my son's eyes, a new day in a new light. Lift the veil and dwell so peaceful. Come together, one world, one people.
What I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, we are one. It's who you are, it's who I am. We all bleed the same blood, yeah. Hey, one world. We all bleed the same blood, yeah.
We got beautiful differences, let me give you a peek. Over 500 tribes, but we all unique. And if we could not compete to eat, nothing could beat us. Jealousy is more dangerous than diabetes. See this unity? Imagine what it looked like. You would think we would do whatever it took, right? I would do anything for this good life. We could do anything if we unite. Come on.
Young native, you are my savior. So you're rare for our inspiration. From the block to your reservation. Any color, all my relations. From the basement, worldwide invasion. Every day we're painting our faces. Fighting back but learning our language. Dancing our dances, saying our prayers.
What I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, we are one. We only got one world. We only got one world. We only got one world. Yeah. All we got is one voice, one choice, one earth, one love, one birth. One life to live. One life to live. Yeah.
One people, we stand all together, one voice saying yes we can. Each one, reach one till we pull ourselves up, cause we all one fam. From the rest of the block to the Perry to the rock, we connect that love. Cause the people with power feel the power of the people when we stand as one.
What I know, what I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, we are one. We are one. What I know, we are one. We are one.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? So, there seems to always be this misconception, and it seems to be this idea that We have to tackle the government in one portion at a time. Or the government uses the trick of lifting one group out of all the different groups up to reduce the people standing up or protesting. They always do that. And sadly, a lot of people fall for that. They fall for that brainwashing. Oh, look, I got what I needed. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, let's go home. They forget everyone else. These things have to change. That thought process has to change. All lives matter, but all lives can never matter until Black and Indigenous lives matter. When they stop with the violence against our African Black brothers that are here in North America, or they stop the genocide of Indigenous people, women and girls, boys and men, and trans. When they stop these genocides and these violent acts against us, when they stop even keeping their own people in poverty, or the working class people doing slave labor, we went over this on one point where people get paid, you know, the employer makes you push out like 50 shirts. Out of those 50 shirts, he makes $500 from that one person that that made those 50 shirts. He gets 500, but pays less than 1% out of that 500 to that employee, while taking the rest for his own pocketbook. Slave labor. You don't get a fair wage. Worker co-ops is just one part. There's so many different things that need to happen and transpire. And the longer that we keep doing it, the longer that we keep allowing them to entice us into this brainwashing idea that once one party or one person gets, one group gets apparently whatever their chosen group of flavor of the year or political term, and that's good enough, and then those people go, oh well, we got what we wanted, see y'all later, while everybody else is still left struggling. We have to look at the history of things too. This is what they've done constantly throughout history. They did it with the Irish, they did it with the Italians. And they keep doing it. They pick one group and go, here you go. And that group disappears because they got what they wanted. Never mind everybody else. We have to stop doing that and stop thinking like we're you know, individuality. We have to stop this individuality thinking in the context of that we must sacrifice for the whole to improve everyone's life, to improve everyone's standard of living. My ancestors didn't die on the battlefield and shed their blood for this shit that we live in today. But they're smart. They brainwash you from the get-go. We have to look at ourselves and constantly remove that brainwashing out of our brain, out of our thought process, out of our way of life, out of our way of thinking of things, out of the way we see things. We have to do that. We have to.
I got some natives in here where they telling me they'd rather be selling D or committing some felonies than be out to this praying. Cause to them that be hella weak, cause we should beat them cats who did this shit to us until they bleed. Fell asleep with the wheel. From here I'm smoking weed and pills, and everybody else I'm praying hope for people we should kill. Straight this kept as a secret, cause people they ain't really down to sing and dance of power now and then keep it up in the house. Is what you afraid of? Our natives of dying slow, so scared we hit the easiest target and fight our own. But go ahead and come after me, cause I'm after them. But first go out to look around and see what's still happening, cause I can't watch these kids die and then lie like I give a fuck and not do a fucking thing, but lie down like I given up. So get a gun if you ready. We gripping on the machete. For anybody involved, we got a problem forgetting where you at. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
We stay running, gunning, bucking for the struggle, scrapping for our dignity till we bloody up these knuckles. Our protectors got power flowing like an ancient stream. Yeah, they be ghosting violators like it's the fucking routine. Now this savage path to freedom might be seeming extreme, but I ain't losing one more soul to the booze or amphetamine. See, when I was a youngster, almost lost my fucking mind. Didn't recognize my purpose, didn't value this life. Propaganda almost had me convinced I was worthless, but if I kill myself, I'd just be doing them a service. We can never live free while this land remains stolen. Concrete muffles the earth, so it's like her breath she be holding. We can't breathe until she breathes, so you know how we be rolling. Civilization brought the illness, rebel vengeance brings the realness. Inflict damage on the cracker till the lungs are puffing shallow. We don't miss a single target when we aiming from the shadows.
Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
Know where you need to be. You know that this ain't living free. I could hear it every time you scream. I could hear it every time you cry. You know rich people got to die. Show me your warfare.
in more pain.
They call it a pipeline, but those on the front lines know that black snake was sent for us to grow, to shed the skin our ancestors pray, of wounds old and calloused, so that we may stay, so that we may unite, unity our tool. No weapons are found in this court of rule. Men becoming ki'ais, steadfast in their guard, protecting women's hearts as their song become roots, roots to cast out healing for all sentient beings, to honor sacred mother, heart forward we heal. The salmon will run, the Mauna will breathe, the rivers will flow. The rainbow is here and prophecy tells us all generations will hear.
Stand up with the First Nations and our people that been living here for thousands of years. Stand up. We've been fighting for our freedom since the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria. Stand up. Like Geronimo, Sitting Bull, Red Cloud, Crazy Horse, Leonard Peltier. Stand up. Now they poisoning the waters for our sons and our daughters, so we on the frontier. We won. One nation, one cause, one people, one tribe. Now it's us against the pipeline. Get on your feet for Standing Rock, and we'll show you how strong we could be when we unify.
To all my native people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my tribal people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my native people, to all the original people, to all my indigenous people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. Stand up, 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 stand up.
From the beginning, we was winning this game on planet Earth. It's been spinning, we've been living and dying, but giving birth, the first of many nations. Celebrating them days when all that got made came after what God made. These days, we cater to these internet memes, internet streams. It seems them streams aren't clean. We need the whole story seen where gasoline before water has gasoline in it. Malcolm X moment, Martin Luther King with a dream and war boning. Wounded Knee plus Alcatraz doggone it. This is for the rock with prayers we stand on it.
Oh yeah, we playing on it, the earth we camp on it. In the sweat lodge singing our songs with grandfathers. Heat rocks all in the spot, we splash on them with a beatbox from my boy be jam on it. Said a prayer for the black snake killers. Praying on the front lines, they you're the realest. Stand for your people, stand for your family. Stand with Standing Rock, stand for humanity. Hey.
It takes a group of people who actually care about, Mother Earth and life and water being sacred and the land being sacred to say, we stand up.
To all my native people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my tribal people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my native people, to all the original people, to all my indigenous people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand it up, stand it up.
Label net a web was a cat, chicken tala, doggle, dogwa, the shatala, dilup, the lop, oh chip tala.
Mini Wachoni, water is life.
Mini Wachoni.
Water is life.
Water is life.
Water is life.
Water is life.
I stand with Standing Rock.
I stand with Standing Rock.
I stand with Standing Rock. Stand up. Stand up.
Stand up.
Stand up.
I stand with Standing Rock. Stand up.
To all my native people, woke up with giant, we won't go quiet. To all my tribal people, don't mistake our peace as we stand defiant. To all my native people, it's the calm before the storm and I can hear it coming. To all my tribal people, I'm ready for the battle when we ain't running.
Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand it rock, stand it rock. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand it rock, stand it rock.
Standing rock, we're standing feet as history is on a sad repeat. Is it liberty or we just acting free as our land depletes from these hands of greed? See, fate is found, how we face the hounds. Take a vow for these sacred grounds. Make a sound that'll shake them out. Say aloud, what can save us now? What can save us now?
Stand up.
「stand up, stand 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 up, stand
You can always hear good messages when you listen. If you listen, a lot of indigenous music gives you a strong message. Regardless of what nationality you are,
Family and friends, along with search and rescue teams, have been looking for Selena Not Afraid in about a 3 to 5 mile radius.
Selena Not Afraid was last seen around 2 o'clock on Wednesday at the eastbound I-90 rest area between Billings and Hardin.
Searchers have been looking for Not Afraid since New Year's Day when she was last. Radio check, radio check.
Selena Not Afraid disappeared from a rest stop on New Year's Day in Montana's Bighorn County.
It's getting really cold. I want her home.
9 days later, and community-led search teams were still looking for the first clue that might lead them to her.
So we know our mission for today. We're looking for any sign of Selena, anything out of the ordinary. You know the drill. You guys been doing it, so.
This is Beartooth.
Beartooth.
Yeah.
How are you, buddy? We'll find our girl.
Okay. Selena Not Afraid's case is an example of what Native women face. They are almost 3 times more likely to experience sexual violence compared to white women. And homicide is the 4th leading cause of death for those under 20. And the problems often continue even after death. According to a 2019 report, approximately half of all cases involving murdered Indigenous women in Montana have been misclassified for causes like suicide, overdose, or exposure.
Been on Bugsy, Teddy and his wife and their baby Little Light, Mikey Plainbowl, Garrett, our current active search right now, Hub Williamson. Bonnie 3 Irons, 2017, we recovered her. The next one was Henny Scott. Last year we recovered her. Casera stops at Pretty Places. She was found, I believe, by a deputy in town in somebody's yard. And now our recent active search is Selena. In all the previous cases that I've been involved with, where the situation is like this here, it's always been a recovery. It's never been a happy ending.
Where is Selena? Where is she? Where's my grandbaby?
Native Americans make up 6.7% of Montana's population, but account for 26% of missing person reports. And while local officials claim that causes for these deaths and disappearances are varied, from drug trafficking to domestic violence, the one thing they all have in common is that they take place in a jurisdictional minefield. Depending on where someone is reported missing or where a victim is found, it could fall to either state, federal, or tribal authorities to investigate. And with that many intersecting agencies, there are plenty of cracks for these cases to fall through.
An Indian reservation, for all intents and purposes, is a sovereign nation. It is subject to completely different laws, governing bodies, They're like a country within a country. So a Bighorn County deputy can show up on a tribal member's doorstep on the reservation, and that tribal member can say, you have no right to be here, you have no jurisdiction here. It can be very difficult.
Responsibility might fall with the county sheriff's department, officers from the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs, or the tribal police. Sometimes the FBI also steps in. There are both too many agencies jockeying for authority and not enough resources to go around. In late 2019, the Crow tribe declared a state of emergency. Tribal Chairman AJ Not Afraid cited a list of issues, including the BIA's lack of officers and failure to address the murdered and missing women crisis. The Crow Reservation is roughly the size of Connecticut, but for years has only had 5 BIA officers. Recently, the tribe assembled its own sovereign police force, independent from the BIA.
We're between two communities right now. We currently have no radio service. We have no cell phone service. We have no ways, unless we had a sat phone, we wouldn't have any way to communicate with anybody. And that contributes. It's very wide open. It's very desolate out here. The I-90 corridor, anybody that's going to Denver, going to South Dakota, trying to get to the West Coast, it all travels right through here for the most part. So we get a lot of drug trafficking out on the interstate, and with the crime, the drugs, the domestic violence, it's all a perfect breeding ground for people to go missing.
So we're going to go ahead and ask everybody if you could come a little bit close. We want to acknowledge all of the families who are here.
In downtown Hardin, a rally for the movement shows that Selena Not Afraid's disappearance is painfully familiar. Families gather to push for answers on their loved ones' suspicious deaths.
Why is it that we are more likely to be raped and murdered than go to college? Why is it that our young girls are just trying to survive? And so there are alarm bells that are ringing. What is going on?
The sheer number of Indigenous women that have been missing or murdered suggests an epidemic, but there isn't a comprehensive data set to confirm that. Desi Rodriguez-Lombert, a sociologist who researches data in the Indigenous communities, is working to quantify the sweep of the problem.
All right. Okay, Sarah stops pretty places.
Tribes need to be building their own data sets. Our data systems have been erased and destroyed over centuries of colonization. We have so many cases where our women are being misclassified racially as white, as Black, as Asian, as Latina, and not actually American Indian, and certainly not as citizens of different nations.
I know every single one of you here have not had justice for your loved one.
When I reported her missing, nobody helped me. The only response was, maybe she's drinking somewhere. What does that say to our people?
They said Henny was just one of those crazy little girls that would take off. So what?
We would never accept this if, for example, these young girls were non-Indian. But yet here in southeastern Montana, we've accepted that negligence is okay. What is happening with all of these systems that are supposed to be in place to keep people safe?
Rodriguez-Lombert knows this issue firsthand. Her own niece disappeared in August of 2019.
Sarah was last seen alive here in Hardin. She was at a house party with some friends, cousins. It was the summer she turned 18.
Somebody knows something!
Family, friends, and members of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Group held the Justice March for Sarah Stops Pretty Places, whose body was found in Hardin on August 29th.
After 5 days, a body was found. She was basically a Jane Doe here in the Bighorn County morgue for days. Finally, the medical examiner in Billings did a dental match, was able to determine that it was her. And so now here we are, 6 months later. Her cause of death has now been declared officially as undetermined. There are no leads.
When it comes to inconsistent investigations and lack of information, Rodriguez-Lombert isn't alone. Many families have been waiting to get answers for years.
My daughter, Allison Highwolf, today would be her 5th year of passing away.
Highwolf was found dead in a motel room in Hardin. There are no leads in her case either.
The BIA officer had told us that we couldn't go see her, that she was already in a morgue. He didn't give me very much information, just the fact that there was a motel fire and she was there, and she was there by herself. They determined it smoke inhalation and undetermined. I feel deeply in my heart that she was murdered, that my daughter was murdered. It's not recognized by the Sheriff's Department in Hardin, Montana. We ask questions and they've never been answered.
This shit's not just happening
Tonight,
in Canada,
the search
people.
for Selena Not Afraid has come to a sad end. Her body discovered less than a mile away from where she disappeared.
Why was she not found sooner? Well, authorities in the area say that this place is big country and things can go unnoticed.
Somehow, this young woman who is otherwise healthy turns up dead in a sagebrush on her own accord. Maybe there's nobody that we can get for murder, but there is something that led to this young woman, to her dying and her body being found on the side of the road in a sagebrush.
If the tribe is able to take back over its law enforcement, increase its numbers, and do a better job of taking care of its own, of the reservation, I believe that it'll have an immediate impact on making things better.
That's what they always say when they don't want to admit that some
There's also been national recognition of the
like
problem.
that to an indigenous person.
In October, President Trump signed 2 bills into law, the Not Invisible Act and Savannah's Act, named for Savannah LaFontaine Graywind, a 22-year-old Spirit Lake Nation woman who was found murdered in 2017. The laws direct the Department of Justice to create more coordinated law enforcement and data collection in response to missing Indigenous persons.
We want to respect tribal sovereignty and the tribe's ability to maintain their authority and their public safety structure the way they'd like to maintain it. But it also adds complication, and so what we need to do and what's being done at the national level will be to try to figure out ways that even though we have different jurisdictions involved, to be sure they work together more fluidly and more seamlessly so that responses can come quicker and can hopefully be more effective.
We are so used to our people's deaths being classified as exposure, suicide, accidents, and not actually being investigated as suspicious. There's something happening here. We are sovereign nations that exist within another sovereign nation. So there's complexities there in terms of whose sovereignty reigns, but ultimately we have self-determination. Bighorn County is the focal point of the MMIW work that we are doing right now in Montana because we have lost so many women recently. We're losing women too frequently here in this small part of Montana. I'm a social demographer, so I'm trained in both sociology and demography. And what I do is I try to think through ways to partner with Native communities and tribal nations to build and reclaim our data systems.
Because we have to do what we can do for each other.
In the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women database, we have, all sorts of different entries, that we're collecting, variables that we're collecting on these cases. One of the biggest flags that we found is that Bighorn County has one of the highest numbers across the country of any county. There's a puzzle here. There are questions that need answered. And if anything, I'm a researcher, and this is in my own backyard. We live in the data age right now. Everything about us is being collected, whether we like it or not. Personally, I think as a critical data scholar, I think that's very wrong. I think it's also very wrong that our Native nations are so removed from that nexus of kind of data power. There's so much being collected on us, but not by us and for us. And we need the data. The numbers are what drive policy. The numbers are what drive investment. If we're not being counted, or if we're being misclassified, or if the data aren't in our control or we don't have access to it, then we have these various layers of continued kind of barriers to self-determination. That self-determination extends to data. It has to extend to data. And so now tribes are facing this kind of new frontier. How do they build sovereign data systems? How do they leverage partnerships and linkages with all these existing data sets that are out there? And how do they build these data systems to drive their own policies, to keep their people safe, to ensure that their children have a better future? And so that, to me, is this exciting new data frontier for American Indians and Alaska Natives and for our tribal nations.
Not just happening in Canada, people. It's not just happening in Canada. It's happening in the States too. Imagine that. But I guess that's not something that, you see on the news every day, right? I mean, why would news people want to cover that kind of a story? It's only natives.
We are excited to hear from the esteemed panel of speakers who will speak to land and water defense actions and strategies of solidarity. I would also just like to make a few housekeeping notes before we move on. As you have just noticed, parts of this webinar will be recorded and we will share them along with resources following the webinar in order to encourage people to take action in supporting land defense. The chat is disabled, but you may use the Q and answer box to submit questions to panelists. We will have a limited time available for questions at the end to protect speaking time for our panelists. And next, I would like to introduce Rosalind Hampton, Assistant Professor of Black Studies in the Department of Social Justice Education and Faculty Co-Chair of Indigenous Education Network, who will be moderating the discussion and introduce our speakers.
Thank you, Katie. It's really, truly my honor to be part of this event on behalf of the Indigenous Education Network at OISE. The IEN recognizes Indigenous land and water defense as central to Indigenous education and to the work of the IEN. That work involves advancing Indigenous educational praxis and providing co-curricular support for and advocacy for Indigenous, Black, and Black Indigenous students faculty, and staff members, as well as convening public conversations about critical issues in the lives of Indigenous Black and Black Indigenous peoples. Our work is not connected to land defense in an abstract way. Rather, the students and others we support and work with are deeply connected to and are from nations and communities within which these struggles are occurring. The IEN has publicly asserted our uncompromising solidarity with and support for Indigenous land defenders, and we condemn their criminalization by the Canadian state. From coast to coast, attempts to prevent Indigenous women from fulfilling their responsibilities as caretakers and stewards of the land must be opposed. Injunctions that deny Indigenous peoples their inherent right to remain on their land and injunctions that authorize police violence against Indigenous peoples must be opposed. We must condemn and take actions to oppose such ongoing uses and abuses of Canadian law and attempts to destroy Indigenous nations and assert control over Indigenous lands, waters, and peoples. And with that, it is so very much my pleasure to introduce our incredible panel of speakers this afternoon. I'll introduce them in the order that they will speak, and they're going to guide us in thinking about Ganztauge, Mi'kma'ki, Haudenosaunee at Six Nations, and Wet'suwet'en land and water defense, important lessons from the past that inform this resistance today, and about building solidarity across movements and peoples. And it is especially my pleasure to start with my friend, and also thank you, Sean, for saying I also don't speak Mohawk, and apologize in advance if I name or territory.
Noob on the mic.
Sandra Owen Nagon, Dear Stand Up, is Ganyangahaga, people of the Flint, woman from the Haudenosaunee, people of the Longhouse. Sandra was born and raised in Ganawage, Mohawk territory located on the south shore of Montreal. She is of the Bear Clan family and a mother of 2 young men. Sandra completed her master's degree at McGill in 2014, and she's currently working on the completion of her dissertation at McGill University. Sandra's doctoral studies focus on pedagogical philosophies tied to Indigenous identity. She is an active journal and book reviewer and was one of the co-editors of a special issue on TRC and education for the McGill Journal of Education. After Sandra, Slato Molly Wickham will speak, who is a Gidimt'en clan member adopted into the Kasiyik Grizzly Bear House, originally from the House of Spook. Molly completed her undergraduate degree in Coast Salish Territories at the University of Victoria in sociology and went on to earn a Master of Arts degree in Indigenous governance. After completing university in 2010, Molly moved home with her family to learn more about the land, culture, and traditional governance. Molly has been active in land and water defense action and is the spokesperson for the Gidimt'en camp. Molly is passionate about governance, the health and well-being of the territories, and the transmission of culture, language, and traditional song and dance. Next will be Starla Myers, Ganyangahaga Turtle Clan, and from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory.
As far as I know, Larry, in the States, the ACLU doesn't really help First Nations. They're more helping non-Indigenous people who are protesters. In Canada, we had legal aid, but unfortunately, Canada changed it to where legal aid can no longer help people unless you're looking at doing prison sentence. If whatever you're taking to court leads to a prison sentence for you, then legal aid can help you. Otherwise, no. They've done this specifically so you don't get to have a lawyer. And being that most Native people a lot really don't know law that well, or the language of law, to be able to properly represent themselves. And even if they try to represent themselves, because they can't afford a lawyer and the legal aid has been stricken from or removed from them, they find that it's really hard, because whether it's local law enforcement or RCMP will go out of their way to ensure that they do not have the ability to be able to do the proper research or have that information and stuff available to them to be able to do the proper research and to properly maintain a proper defense. Fighting terrorism since 1492. Ooh, that's a rough day. Well, that's a reality, dude. Legal aid in Texas is reduced to just doing mostly divorces. The language of the written white man's law is a strange thing. Yeah, Larry. And Rye 87. It's not whether or not we can have it. It's a reality, dude. Everything that has transpired here on Turtle Island, what y'all call North America, or Central or South America, has been the same thing that the United States has gone to war over for different countries, including Canada, for different countries. Acts of terrorism is the same thing that has happened over here. But because it's happened over here through 500 plus years, no one wants to admit that it's terrorism. Because accepting that it's terrorism would mean that you lose this protective little brainwashed bubble that the government has been feeding you. Yeah, it's genocide. Yes, terrorism is genocide. They both walk hand in hand. They both walk hand in hand, Rye. It's not for effect, it's a reality, dude. If I came to wherever you're from and did the same thing to you and your family and your people, you would call it terrorism too. Not just genocide, but you would also call it terrorism. So, what's the difference? The difference because it's done to indigenous people? And so long as you get the benefits of all of that, you're happy and content, and you don't want to call it terrorism, because terrorism would mean that you would have to face a reality that all the lies of, pro-American difference is terrorism is declared depending on one's political perspective. ISIS in their eyes are freedom fighters. For us, they're terrorists. Well, hey, United States considers themselves freedom fighters, but to us, indigenous people, they're terrorists, right? See where the terrorism comes in, my friend? When today your people are still being murdered and nothing's being done about it, your children are being stolen and nothing's being done about it, all these different things are being done and nothing's being done about it, because it's all in what do they call it? Oh yes, civilizing the savage Indian. Yet, we start to look at the situation we live in today, where millions of people in the United States are literally facing eviction and being homeless. But, you know, that's not uncivilized. Right? I mean, terrorism as a definition is not entirely subjective. There's just a whole American exceptionalist propaganda that makes it seem subjective. That's right, pizza. American exceptionalism propaganda. Rye 87. Where are you from, Rye? Why does it matter? What does what matter? Where you're from? Well, why doesn't it matter? Well, I mean, if you're from Canada or United States, then, you know, there's different views you look at. If you're from another country outside of that, then there's other different views you look at. Okay. So, knowing your country, so let's say you live in like the Middle East. We'll just say for lack of example, for an example, hypothetical example. You live in, if you want to take the me colonist angle, we never colonized anything ever. Did I say you were a colonist? Did you hear me say that? Well, see, now you're assuming. You know what assuming does, right? It makes an ass out of you and me. So please don't assume. I'm not assuming. I'm asking you simple questions. And I'm returning the questions and answering the questions that you're putting forth here. Without getting angry at you, without banning you, without timing you out, without yelling and screaming at you, I'm answering your questions. And I'm helping you to understand something. Does that not make sense? Oh, I'm highlighting that. Okay. That's what you think, right? So do you think that what's happening here in Canada and North America is over-exaggerated to Indigenous people? And that Indigenous people should be gracious and grateful? And that's the question, not assuming. Okay. You see, right? One of the things that you have to be prepared for. You heard about Manakea? Who? Where are they from? It's a sacred mound for Native peoples of Hawaii. They're building or forced construction of telescopes for research. Oh, lovely. Yeah, that's how it always works, isn't it? Here, let us dig up your ancestors' grave sites. But don't come to our grave sites and dig up ours. Oh wait. That's the white man's term for grave robbery. They're always doing that. They're always doing that. I have a friend on here. He's from Hawaii or the Big Islands, from the islands. His name is Silver Spook. You should check him out sometime. Just to double check, I spelt it right. Yep. That be him. Oh, I know. I'm fully aware of that. I'm also saying to you, you should check him out. Like, I already am in contact with him and his wife. See, in indigenous country, we have a little something called in indigenous country, we have a little something called the moccasin telegraph. It's faster than the internet. Moccasin is like the footwear that is traditionally what indigenous people use on their feet. Meaning we find out stuff about what's going on in indigenous lands faster than what the internet can spit out. Yeah, people affected by that thing is how it comes out. Journalists usually take longer to get around to it compared to indigenous people talking amongst each other. I know the conflict among I had another broken promise. One was not to expand the complex. I'm at the last international Seminole Union meeting. Everyone was like, how does Starlink ruin the sky, but then there's blind to the disgusting situation. I'm like, yeah. Well, that sounds normal. You want to know if you can trust your government and the promises it makes? Ask an indigenous person. Yeah, well, the Indians are always the enemy, right? Native people are always the enemy, who are always in the way of capitalism. Pizza. So, good morning, Prezzo. Coming in with the slam down hammer of the state is always the enemy. Love you, Prezzo. Well, that's what happens when you have the state decide to do something without informing the federal government or the indigenous people of that lands, and railroad it through. You know what I mean? Push it all through. Yeah, that's right, Larry. It was. They're always doing some tricky thing. Look at what they did in the Constitution for people of color, for black people, or African. No. Yeah. They weren't supposed to break the Fort Laramie Treaty either. But they did it anyways because, you know, they found gold in the Black Hills, so So, Frezzo, thank you for the song. I loved it. But I'm still not sure why it would be DMCA. But, okay. Most likely when I upload it to YouTube, my YouTube channel, they'll probably just copyright it and then get the ad revenue from it. But I mean, we have people here on Twitch that literally play movies 24/7 on their streams, or like the WWE or Nitro, and they don't get DMCA'd. So, you know what I mean? Plus, it's still the third. So a lot of the new, because it's a label signed artist. Okay. Well, then I just expect that label will be adding it to their copyright with no action other than getting the revenue from the ads. I think I've only George Carlin, apparently on YouTube, they completely block your whole entire video, even if it's just a one portion where you play one little bit of George Carlin. They completely block your video, the whole entire video. But I'm pretty sure the artist is fine with it. The lead rapper is following me on Twitter, but they ultimately don't make these calls once the rights are signed off. Frezzo. My brother from another mother. No, the band account is following me. Frezzo, my brother from another mother. If you can have a conversation with them and see if they would be willing to, one of them, or I can do multiple of them at different times, is willing to have an interview with me, I think that would make great content for a stream. If that's cool, Frezzo, I don't want to, Good morning, Mama M. I'm good. Yeah, Frezzo, I think that they would, that would be a great interview. So getting back to indigenous land and water defense actions and strategies.
Starla is a journalist for Real People's Media and has been reporting on the land back movement at 1492 Landback Lane. Starla is an advocate for Indigenous voices in journalism and has called attention to the issue that major media corporations and the police work to silence Indigenous journalists as a tool of colonial violence. Starla's work as a journalist also covers racism and
I feel you, Frezzo, but maybe you could reach out and see how it goes. YouTube has a dumb algorithm enforcing their dumb versions of copyright. Little fair use is allowed on YouTube. Is Twitch used algorithm or people? Twitch uses algorithms as well. Which is why when you go to like someone's stream or someone's algorithm, yeah. It's why when you go to like someone's channel and you're watching like a video, a pot or the VOD of what they did the last time they were streaming, and you'll see parts of it that are like muted. Yeah, Frezzo, that would be awesome if you could, bruh. That would be awesome. I would love to have them. Okay, no problem, Frezzo. So everyone that's on my Discord, feel free to PM Frezzo and remind him. Only a court can determine fair use, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Mama M. Exactly. Yeah, only a court can determine fair use. Yet, they've already said all these different things about fair use, but corporations keep doing more and more and more to make that not possible. I'm happy to come on and talk about fair use under U.S. copyright law. I don't feel like typing on a novel right now. Well, you know, Frezzo, you're in luck, buddy. We are going to Frezzo, you should be able to get into live. If mine will connect properly. There we go. Okay. I got you, Frezzo. I don't know why I thought I gave you permission to be able to as a mod. Hey, Frezzo.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good evening.
Can everyone hear Frezzo okay in chat? Are we good for sound?
Pastor said yes.
All right.
John does as well. Hello, Pastor, and John, and M. And you, also.
Hello. My brother from another mother.
So, the thing with fair use is fair use only exists once a US court has determined that a given use falls under fair use. You can use it as a defense against a copyright claim on a work that you've made, and someone else says, hey, you're not allowed to do this in your work because like we haven't given permission, and then you can say, I believe my use falls under fair use, but it's not fair use until a court has said that it is. Oh, I'm loud apparently.
Yeah, it's okay, Frezzo. Just deal with it, folks, because if I start turning him down even more, it might not work properly. He's like at 100, so it goes way past that. So he's about mid-range.
All right, I turned myself a bit down on my end. So yeah, that is basically the gist. So you can't ever say, oh, but my use of this song or my use of these 10 seconds of a video or whatever falls under fair use. You can say, I think it would fall under fair use, but you can't say it until a court has told you that it is. And that's like one of the very, very common misconceptions about U.S. copyright law.
So basically, in order for it to fall underneath fair use, you have to take it to court.
Yeah, someone has to take it to court. And this is one of the ways that like the current copyright laws benefit the corporations, because they have essentially limitless, like they have essentially infinite money.
Yeah.
Unless they're like suing another company, in which case you could like have one company suing each other to the ground. But if you're in the US, you have to like, if you get sued, you have to pay regardless of what happens. Like even if you take it all the way to the Supreme Court and you win every single part, you're still going to pay something, and that something is not going to be an insignificant amount.
Yeah. Court costs, lawyer costs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if you get a bunch of that recuperated from the lawsuit, from the winning, and having the other side have to pay for a lot of it you will still have to like pay up front, and you won't recuperate all of it in far most cases.
And it's a rarity to find a lawyer or a law firm that would be willing to help you out to cover those costs and then recuperate it once you've won.
Yeah. So it's also like you can have something, you can use like half a second of a piece of music to describe, I don't know, a chord progression or whatever. But if they sue you over using that bit of music, if it's recognizable, at least they can, I mean, they don't even have, it doesn't even have to be their music, they could be whatever, right? But if they sue you and say, hey, you're using copyrighted material, you have the choice of either settling with them. I agree. Yeah. It is. This is what it is today, not what it should be. I'm not sure what you're saying with fair use has been stolen from you. Like this is how fair use.
What he's saying is what used to be in the beginning before Disney did the whole Mickey Mouse thing, was like after a certain time period, it would automatically become fair use.
No, it would become public domain. But
public domain and fair use. Yeah.
Fair use and public domain are entirely separate.
Yeah. So
that's why I'm not getting what, like.
So what
I don't see how fair use has been stolen, because fair use has always been nothing. Fair use is a valid defense, but it's not. It's only a valid defense in a court case. It's not something you can claim like before going to court. If that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think what Larry's thinking is that, and good morning, Crystal. I think what Larry is thinking is that fair use is being used against us rather than for us, and it's being used by corporations.
It's not really though.
Corporations.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could be wrong too. I don't know. I'm not in Larry's brain.
I don't feel like it is. I just feel like we're not protected by fair use in the way that we should be.
Yeah.
But I don't see it being used against us, which is like in large part because of how the means differences. Like if someone like there's no way we would be able to use Sony. Like if Sony downloads your VOD and uses it as part of a music video or something. I mean, unless it's a very obvious case, it's very likely that you're not going to be suing Sony because you just don't have, like, they will be able to drag out the code for so long that you're going to go personally bankrupt.
Yeah, be stricken into poverty over it.
While they can, on the other hand, they can sue you for using a bit of music, like even if it's just like 10 seconds of a song. If they think that is not okay, they can sue you. And again, even if you would have won and it is clearly a case of fair use, you would still have to go through so much red tape in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Which would like drain you financially as well. Which is why like it's something like the H3H3 case versus I forgot what that guy was with the parkour girl video. Like that's one of the most landmark cases in like content creation history, where H3H3 won. But that was only because there was like, it was two content creators that had, like the only way that worked out is because they had like two content creators that had approximately access to the same amount of resources. Like it wasn't one person has 1 million and the other has 100 billion. It was like, they both probably had like either some 100,000 or some millions. Like it's a much less difference, and I think H3H3 also got a pro bono lawyer on the case because it was such a landmark case calling for fair use.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's copyright is interesting, but it's oh god, I wish we could abolish it.
We should, like these are some of the things, like we literally need to look at, right? Like copyright should not be permitted whatsoever. Like seriously. Like
I get there's some things in copyright that I like.
Yeah.
Which is like the droit moral, or the moral rights, which are rights such as like having your name credited to your works and not having your works be misrepresented. And I think there's another major pillar of the like traditional droit moral. And yeah.
Yeah, these algorithms definitely don't take fair use or copyright or public domain into any thought pattern.
Sure. Also, what is clearly covered by fair use is not clearly covered by fair use until it has been like tested in code. That is another.
Yeah, and then
That
even
is-
on top of that as well, you could, I don't know, you may disagree with this, Prezzo, or not, but on top of that, the algorithms that the sites set up are based for corporations, and even if it's won in court, that it's fair use, that doesn't necessarily mean that the corporation is going to inform, say, Twitch or YouTube and say, no, it was won in court to be fair use, so remove this out of the algorithm. They just keep it going.
Yeah, and it's also because the algorithms are not there for us. The algorithms are there to save. There is something called the safe harbor protection, which is used on sites where users can upload content, and this can be like video content, music content, texts, stuff like that. And the safe harbor basically says that the host site is not responsible for the content that users upload.
Yeah.
However, they do have to react if they get informed that anything is not legal, which includes like things like child pornography or copyright violations. And it is much less work to just remove content that creators have uploaded. Whenever a corporation, whenever there is a copyright infringement, whenever there is a claimed copyright infringement, then it is to actually investigate, because investigation requires human hours, and it leaves the chance that the human who are looking into this might take the wrong call. And if the media conglomerations don't like the results, or feel like they don't get their way often enough, they will put in heavily in lobbying to get the safe harbor laws retracted, right? And then YouTube and Twitch, etc., will be fully responsible for anything that content creators upload, even though they are not involved in the creation. And at that point, we would see even harsher restrictions. So I don't blame YouTube or Twitch or their algorithms for doing this. It's shitty, but I don't think it's their fault, because they don't have the power in this. So yeah.
I mean, technically, if, say, Sony or one of the other music industries decided to say, get rid of the harbor, I think we'd probably see Jeff Bezos take that to court, being that he's a rich motherfucker to begin with an endless
I'm
flow of
not
cash.
sure he would, to be honest.
Well, I mean, if it saved his sites like Twitch and other things that he was streaming, and the income that he gets from that, right?
But doesn't Amazon have a lot of like IP as well, intellectual property as well? Because that is also, they might also be doing, copyright notices against people on, say, YouTube or whatnot. So I'm not sure that Jeff Bezos necessarily, or Amazon necessarily, has a specific interest in the safe harbor. I don't think Twitch is a big enough money machine for them to care all that much, and the same with YouTube. YouTube is also not that big of a money making machine for Google or Alphabet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really trust that they would do this.
Probably not, but I mean, one could hope, right?
Yeah, one can hope, but I'm like, I don't really want to put my faith in in big corporations like that. That's Hope, sure. Faith, no.
Yeah. Like, I
So,
mean,
yeah.
I sat there and I played a video of one of my own tribe's spiritual songs that we sing, and it got copyrighted when I uploaded it to YouTube, and the only action they did was take the revenue from it, so the revenue of ads.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, how the hell does that work? And it's like, well, okay, because the artist that did it or produced it signed to a label, and all their work is underneath that, whatever they produce. And it's like, but it's like a, you know, I mean, if we had a fair and just court system, rather than just us, I think it would be a fair thing to take to court and go like, hey, this is, you know, a traditional song from our people. So how does this company have any claim over it?
So the thing is also that copyright works on several levels.
Yeah.
So you have the copyright on the work, which includes things like composer, lyricist, and also possibly the who did the arrangement of it. So that's one thing. That's one level of copyright. But then you also have copyright on the performance of it. So the specific performance of it is probably what, like, that's what the artist has the rights to, and they sold their rights to the label, or the label bought the rights from them. Which means that that artist is not able to give permission, because he doesn't have the rights to give others permission to use their own recordings of works.
Yeah, which is kind of silly and stupid, but I mean, I understand, but I still think.
Yeah, I mean, it's
like, if we had a fair court, I could take that to court, and being that it is a part of my cultural songs and spiritual culture, or spiritual songs and practices, that I should be able to fight that in court and most likely win, because that song comes from my people.
Well, that's again, that's
corporations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but in Western copyright law, they generally have around 50% of the income goes to the work, like the composition, and 50% goes to the performance. And if the composition is in the public domain, which is like anything traditional or things that have like run out of copyright protections, which it sounds like this would be, then it's like 100% goes to the performing artist.
See, like, the way I look at it is okay. The fact of the matter is that indigenous culture has the laws have never really been in favor of it.
Yep.
Which is where you'll see like these new age stores that sell a whole bunch of indigenous stuff, but nothing is going to indigenous people.
Yep.
Or they sell sacred items and nothing that other than picketing that store and trying to,
which we're not encouraging anyone to do, by the way.
Yeah, no, yeah, just in Minecraft. But it seems that would be the only option that's available, and then still you have to sit back and deal with, you know, them trying to claim that they have a right to sell these things or whatever, because apparently indigenous people don't have any claim to anything, which is really stupid, but that's what they do, right?
Yeah. And I think, so my point was more like, it's not that I disagree with you,
Yeah.
because I absolutely believe that if your traditions say that, like, performances of your sacred songs should be, like, freely given, or I don't know how to formulate that, then,
there shouldn't be any company trying to lay claim to it or ownership of it.
So the thing is, the work in Western copyright law would be considered public domain, but the recording of it is not. So you are free to make your own recording of the work, which you don't have to sell to a company. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I get that, but that's
and I get that that's not optimal, and I think I don't agree with that law. It's just like that's the law as it is right now.
Yeah, it's a stupid law that we have to live with at the present moment.
Yeah. Unless we all decide collectively to not. But until we all collectively. And I'm not. When I say all, I'm not just talking about you and I and the people in chat. I'm like
everyone.
Everyone. Because
on the planet.
if it's just like the handful of us, like what are we, 15 people in chat and you? So like less than 20 people decide to do it, then we're gonna be sued to oblivion.
Yeah.
But
they will come in and remove our computers and every technological advancement that we have in our homes.
Yep.
And tell us we are not permitted to be on the internet in any way, shape, or form for a decade. All this other shit. If you own
I think that depends on where you live.
Yeah.
Because I know in France it was like internet access was in code. Internet access was made like declared a human right, because they tried to do like the 3-strike law in France, and that law was taken to court, and it was deemed like it was an illegal law, because you couldn't deny people access to the internet. But I don't know how it would be in the US if they would.
Well,
have
I
the
mean,
same, but
they do that if you're caught hacking. And they manage to convict you, you get a minimum of 10 years.
All right, so it's not considered a human law.
It's not considered a human right.
Yeah, in the
nothing in the United States or Canada is considered a human right.
That's a good point.
It's all determined by a court of law. And that court of law is not necessarily on the side of the people. It is usually on the side of the government and big corporations.
Yep.
Sadly. Only once in a while, like when the Supreme Court in the United States voted that that Dakota Access Pipeline must stop, and they must the company must remove everything that it's done so far. And then you had Trump who went and tried to overstep the Supreme Court, and signed make a signed proclamation or whatever to push it forward. And then the Supreme Court once again sat back and went, no, that's not happening. You're not just sitting back because you're the president at the moment, signing this into existence and undermining what we're doing, what our decision was. So it's almost like a flip of the coin. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I am a staunch anti-European Union proponent, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes the European Union does do good things. Like, it's just most of the time the EU sides with like neoliberalism.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, that will accidentally benefit workers or like benefit people. It's just that and those are obviously the things that the EU and EU proponents will then talk highly about and promote and like, hey, look at this thing, and like, but
look at this
but
great
then
thing
they're
we
not
did,
mentioning
see?
all the times that like companies have gotten off spot free, or when the EU has like approved, which they did last year, funding for like creating new oil pipelines across Europe, and it's just
Yeah.
every once in a while there is something good, but it doesn't outweigh all the bad it does.
Yeah. And they love to do that, right? It's like every once in a while they'll go, "Oh, let's throw the people a bone," and then they promote that as, "See, look, we're doing it. We're in your favor. We're in your favor. We're on your side," and they overlook and they try and hide all the stuff that they've done multiple, countless times that isn't in your favor, and they hide it, right? Don't look at this. Just look at these little things that we did. See, look. You need us. That same old bullshit line, right? If that makes sense, I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to rant a bit about copyright because I often see a lot of people who have, I feel weird saying this, but have like less understanding of it than I do.
Yeah.
Because I've spent a lot of time studying copyright. So it's something when I see people have like very obvious, very layman understanding of copyright, I'm like, no, that's not how it works. So yeah.
Oh, what's this?
Hello there.
Indigenous were savages that had no idea about scientific methodology. Interesting.
Who's gonna be first?
You got them already, Frezzo.
Yeah. I was like I was trying desperately to get the to hit the name with my mouse, and I was just like, no.
It always makes me laugh when they do that, because honestly, Europeans got majority of how to do their plumbing from indigenous people. They got a lot of understanding of how to do housing properly and correctly from indigenous people. Gardening from indigenous people. They got tons of different things. Like, indigenous people have been such a wealth of ideologies or knowledge on many different things that either they've stolen and pretended like they came up with the idea, or just blatantly just took. Don't forget remembering anarchy after guns killed it.
Archery.
In Europe, yeah. Archery after guns killed it in Europe. Yeah.
Also, it's just a lot of these people, like the science, modern science, and like a lot of like agriculture and stuff. It comes from like Africa and the Middle East. It's not a like European thing.
Yeah, like literally.
It's like it's not, the Europeans are not like modern math and stuff. It's from the Middle East. It's like
even when I hear I hear, oh well, you indigenous didn't have guns, you had bows and arrows. It's like, you Europeans didn't have guns either. You got that from Asia.
Yeah.
Like, hello, you stole it from Asia. So how much intelligent are you again? And you know, all these different things that they try, and it's like, I hate to put it this way, but European culture is basically a culture of stealing from other cultures and incorporating it and trying to pretend like it's their own. In a lot of aspects, yeah, they do that a lot.
Yeah, in a lot of aspects, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like modern European culture
Yeah.
has like is very far removed from like traditional European culture. Like
Yeah.
a lot of European countries, like a lot of people in Europe don't even know their own like traditional music, don't know their own traditional songs or dances, or I guess some know some traditional stories,
Yeah.
but even that is just like there's a lot of traditions that are just traditional culture that is lost in the ages.
Yeah, and then they take on other people's cultures and traditions and different things like music and so forth. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh no, we made that. No, you didn't make that. Do you think that we're that dumb that we don't know where that actually came from? Yeah, things froze at Beethoven. Europe is perfect and frozen in the 1800s. Pizza's funny. But when you look at it, it's like it's like I don't even really blame them when they come in here and start spouting that shit, because they've been brainwashed since they were a kid to believe a lie.
Yep.
And it's not even, they don't even know because they've never spent any time to understand. They were just taught it growing up in school, and that's as far as their mind expansion has gone, is just this brainwashed ideology, and they have no clue about anything else.
You have to sniff when you say ideology. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I don't really blame them. Like, I feel sad for them. Even at times when they say stuff like, we had one guy come in saying that Native people were the product of Asians and blacks procreating. And it's like, squeeze me? No, we are not the product of Asians and blacks hooking up. Sorry. Well, that's what scientists say. Yeah, scientists say a lot of things, and they get paid to say a lot of bullshit things to keep the whole ideology going. Yeah, pizza, exactly, right? It's interesting that the countries most brainwashed have the most people that believe they are perfectly rational. Yeah. Yeah, you got to go to the Mormon route and call indigenous people the lost tribes of Israel. Yeah. I don't know how that was possible, but okay. But these are things that they've always done, right? First, it was the Bering Strait theory, which was already debunked. Lord have mercy. They come up with all these different theories to remove indigenous people from anything.
But it's like it doesn't matter. Like, all humans came from Africa. Like, if you really wanted to go that route, it's like then all people are Africans, right?
Yeah.
That's where human life started, or the predecessors of humans, of
Started from
the species Homo sapiens.
Yeah, started from the Pandora's box in Africa, the kettle of existence.
Yeah.
Where we
And
crawled out of the primordial ooze.
Yeah, or whatever we did. But it's like that is not really relevant in a modern context. Like, it doesn't matter where people were 20,000 years ago, because like, yeah, it's just it's such a long time ago. If people have lived on Turtle Island for the last 10,000 years,
longer,
then they are indigenous to Turtle Island.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't matter where their ancestors came from, like what route they went to get there. Like, it's irrelevant.
Well, usually what I find is that most of us were never guided or shown true traditional family rituals. Christianity did all it could to erase Norse and Celtic traditions before ever heading to the indigenous nations of what we now call North America. Yeah, Crystal, yeah. They went on this crusade, right? That either you accepted Christianity or they had to fight you. They had to kill you off. Because heaven forbid you should have any other existence than that, right?
There was a lot of like co-option as well. Like, Danish Christmas is like called Jul, which is from the Old Norse Jul.
Yeah.
Which was like the festival that was in modern day Christmas, and I think it's also like, and Halloween is an Celtic thing as well. So it's like Christianity has co-opted a lot of like pre-existing cultures and cultural traditions and stuff to make it more appealing to, like, so it's just like make it the same but a little bit different, and then they like made it a little bit more different over time as they could. But yeah.
I think what happens is that they're afraid of indigenous people getting back their lands and all that's been stripped from them. So out of that fear, they have to find a plausible excuse to make any claim that we might have non-existent or make it so that they can claim in their courts that, oh no, this isn't how it is. This is the accepted white version of how it is. Does that make sense? Because indigenous people are non-existent as human beings. Yeah, unpeople. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, right, Pizza? If you want to kill someone, you unpeople them, make them not human. Yeah, exactly. And they come up with all these different things, and most of these people that come into your chats and start talking these stupid points that have no basis in reality or truth at all. But they're brainwashed into it. That's how they're brainwashed. They're brainwashed into thinking these things. And then they turn around and they spout that all over without realizing just how stupid they sound. but they think they're intelligent and they know things when they don't know nothing. Yes, and it was an immaculate conception. So many similarities from Egyptian culture to Asia to what we now call NNS, America, North. Yeah. These are things that, like, literally, like, how did the pyramids end up from Egypt into South America or South Turtle Island? How did that happen? Clearly, they were both very long-standing history of people there. Do you know what I mean?
My personal theory is that they just figured that it was it was a stable way to construct big buildings, to have like larger layers beneath smaller layers.
So how could someone being able to construct that and figure that out be unintelligent?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not yeah, absolutely. It's just when I see people that are like, oh, to have figured this out, there must have been aliens, and it's like,
yeah.
Pyramids are like really fucking basic. It's it's just like you just put the largest at the bottom and the smallest at the top, and then you kind of like, sure, there's some with like construction and cutting up the stones and stuff, but like we know that people have done that since like way before the pyramids.
Yeah.
So it's not like.
But remember, according to white scientists, Egyptians were uncivilized, unintelligent people. How did their civilization, who had no European oversight and the gift that the Europeans, white Europeans or England, gave all the world, how did they ever manage to do that? Do you know what I mean? Oh, well, it must have been aliens. Nobody could actually be smarter than them, right? You know what I mean? Like, I literally sit back and it's like, dude, we taught our children, as soon as they can start to understand stuff about biology, astrology, all these different things that we taught them at a very young age, that most people nowadays don't get to learn anything even remotely close to it until they start getting into junior high and high school. And then in some cases, university and college. But our kids knew this shit. But we're the unintelligent ones. We're the savages. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you're going like, oh my God. I don't know where you got your teachings from, buddy, but you're fucking wrong. You need to recheck your thinking. And that's constantly what you get all the time. And like I said, I don't hold them personally responsible as a human being, because all of us have been brainwashed in one shape or another as we were growing up. We were all subject to this colonial capitalistic brainwashing. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. You go to a private school, say in like England, like Harvard or Oxford, or these private younger kids schools. where the parents pay, tons of money for these kids to go to, they get taught how to deal with money. They get taught how to do finances. You don't really see that in normal schools, like public schools. Because public schools is all about just teaching you to be a worker. It's not teaching you to be a millionaire or a trillionaire. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. They don't even teach kids the basic of home ec anymore. It's been deleted. Yeah, exactly, Crystal. Because somehow you shouldn't learn how to cook. You should only be going to McDonald's or one of these big fast food restaurants to eat. Which basically is food that is not fit for human consumption. It is not fit for human consumption. It's not fit for anyone's consumption. Not even your dog, not even your cat. I'm sorry, I'm getting too radical. I'm getting too radical with my ideas.
I'm gonna drop out of the call now. I'm starting to fade out a bit.
All right, bro. Thank you for popping in. You're always
welcome.
You're always
Thank
welcome
you.
here, Prezzo. You are one of my
Thank you.
top main lovable mods. You work so fucking
Thank you.
hard. It's unbelievable, and we love you dearly.
Thank you. I love and appreciate all of you. Bye.
See you later, Prezzo. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our awesome mod, Prezzo. Who came and joined us and to help us understand and educate us a bit more on copyright laws and stuff that we all Ooh, excuse me. We gotta love Frezzo. Can we get some hearts in chat for Frezzo, please? Yes. Hearts for Frezzo. Oh, wow.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the gift sub to Frezzo. Crystal, that's awesome. Thank you.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Welcome in those who just followed. Max Worth and Thirst First, welcome in. Thank you for following. Welcome to the community. Here we talk mostly on indigenous issues and ways of life and history. Although we may showcase other things from time to time, and we talk a lot of different political systems, ideologies, and views, you will learn and see if you are into like communism or socialism or anarchy, that this is where that source comes from. It is so sad that this often don't know what the carrot looks like. They think it's a small orange square. Yeah. So if anyone has any issue or any questions about copyright issues and stuff like that, feel free to hit Frezzo up anytime. The brother has offered and made himself available. To have a combo with you. So I think we're going to get back to this video and watch it and check it out. Hello, Cannoli. Welcome in. Momo, hey, good morning. Good morning, sunshine. There's a rumorous disconnect between people in the Americas and their food. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm good. I'm good so far. So far, so good. We find that there's a disconnect for a lot of people on a lot of things. Hey, chat. Did you know that Sue's birthday isn't all? Momo. Relates to all the health issues we face. It's really critical. Yeah. Momo. Jeez. Yes, actually, the 12th of January will be my birthday, and I will be doing a birthday stream. Not sure how long I'm going to be doing it for, but I'll have to figure it out. Sue is going to be 103. Actually, no, I will be 49. So yeah, I'm almost close to my 50s. I am the boomer generation, unfortunately for boomers. I am not so dumb in the aspect that I think like a lot of these boomers do, that just can't see things and are stuck in a train wreck of an idea. 103. Oh my God, Crystal. Boomer Sue. Pizza. Shh. Don't make me time you out, Pizza. 103. God, I wish I could live to 103, but I don't think I'm gonna live to 103. Although if I do make it to 103, you damn straight know I'm going to be streaming. What are we doing for your birthday stream, Sue? I don't know. I don't know. I may, do a voice chat thing with Discord with a bunch of different people and stuff. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I mean, for all I know, nobody could show up on my birthday, so... And I'll be streaming here with just bots in my room, in my chat, and, enjoying this birthday celebration with just the bots. So, Lord knows, who knows? We'll just have to see how it goes. We'll listen to the wind. The 12th was my mother's birthday, and I'm happy to find someone to celebrate. Aw, nice, Momo. So it's been about 2.5 hours since I started streaming. If you haven't followed yet, I don't know why you haven't. I mean, like, it's free. Following is free. If you enjoyed this content so far and wish to help out, continue the growth of this content and this channel, feel free to subscribe. Gift subs are appreciated as well. Bits are cool too. Your Prime subscription is always nice too, and then you beat Jeff Bezos. Also, I am working on trying to save up enough money to get a new computer to help upgrade the content that I do. So it'll be much better, like overlays and stuff like that. There's the link on my page there. When you scroll down a little bit, you should be able to see the link that says donate. That's the donation link that goes towards towards helping me to get up a computer. Unfortunately, because I'm on disability, I have to keep it at a low bar for each month, so that way I don't go over the amount of money that I get. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate the 100 biddies. Right on. Thank you very much. So I don't go over the amount of money that I'm permitted to make on my disability each month. Basic bullshit that the government likes to do. So that's about as much as shilling as I usually do for myself. I'm not the greatest person on the planet to shill for myself, but disability registries are a travesty everywhere. Yeah, they are, Momo. So let us continue back into our video we're going to be watching. Hey, did y'all hear about Prime Gaming? If you have Amazon Prime, you can link your Twitch to it and get a free sub every month to subscribe to Sue with. Aww. Thanks, Momo.
And anti-indigeneity in healthcare, violence of colonial state repression, and land back movements across Little Island. Next, we'll have Dr. Pamela Palmater. Pamela Palmater is Mi'kmaq citizen and member of Eel River Bar First Nation in northern New Brunswick. Pamela has been a practicing lawyer for 22 years and currently serves as full professor and chair in Indigenous governance at Ryerson University. She has been recognized with many awards and honors for her social justice advocacy on behalf of First Nations generally and Indigenous women and children specifically, and most recently for her work related to murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. And finally, we will hear from Skylar Williams, a Gangahaga land defender, and of course the spokesperson for the 1492 Land Back Lane land reclamation at Six Nations of the Grand River. So to loop back now to Sandra, I introduce you and invite you to share with us. Thank you.
Sego. Oh, wow. Roz, it's so nice to see you. I haven't seen you in so long.
Okay, Larry, see
Sorry,
you
everyone.
later.
I have to
Thank
say
you
hi
for
to my
popping
friend.
by, buddy. You have a great day.
Nyawa, thank you. Taguanungarado aguego. I'm giving my greetings to everyone. I'm not sure where to start, but I went through all the questions and everything like that. So I'm just wondering, would you like me to focus more on, keep focusing on the questions, or speak a little bit about 1990 in the beginning? What would you prefer, Roz?
I think, Sandra, that we really invite you to share in the ways that you feel are best. The questions that we provided and the introduction that I gave are really to offer you a framework. And yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd like to begin. I spoke in Montreal a few weeks back, and I was invited to go, and I spoke there. And there was something that I really wanted to say, or that I forgot to say to share with the people. That's what I want to say. So, most of us, we understand that a lot of indigenous and other people too as well, it's not only indigenous people, we have a connection to land, water, to the environment, and that's global. That's not only in indigenous cultures, but as we see throughout history, that indigenous cultures, we do follow a lot of our ways, and our culture follows the earth and the natural world. And one of the things that is really that I see it as a foundation of my own culture in Haudenosaunee culture, the Confederacy of
She's a
Six
Canadian
Nations.
native.
We have
All
what we
caps.
called our opening address, or Ohandu Wadekwa, as Bonnie was grateful enough to open for us with that. And that foundation of using that as a teaching tool in any type of arena, I find, is something that'll teach from young children that I used to teach to adults. And it is giving thanks to every single element that exists on our planet, including us as human beings. Because when we first open for our Ohondo Gariwadekwa, when we begin and we're going to give thanks, we give thanks to the earth first, because we're all standing on this beautiful earth that has everything that we need to survive as humans, right? And to protect all of that environment is something that as humans we have to do. We have to, because that is allowing us to sustain our lives and our future and our children and grandchildren and so on and so forth. But this past summer, with this whole pandemic, I'll share this experience. That's what I wanted to get to. Let me get to it right away. I Throughout this summer, I was going through some things, personal things in my life. But what I was, as an indigenous person, I always go to nature for things when I'm looking for help. So this summer, what I was going through, and the pandemic had something to do with it, causing whatever, and disruption in people's lives. And I'm human as well, so it was causing disruption in my life too. So every day when I would go outside, I would experience something else. One day it would be a hummingbird that would fly right close to me. Another day, the baby rabbits were playing in my yard. Another day, there was just so many things. And then at night I would come out and I would see the stars and the full moon. And then I said to one of my friends, I said, I said this whole summer I would walk outside and I would look around, and Ohandu Gariwadekwa was appearing before my eyes. It wasn't only words, because what we say and what we speak in our languages and in other languages and in English as well, it's like you could say the words, but to experience it is something totally, totally different. you know, to have that experience along with the understanding for myself of how nature and everything in the natural world is important to me and is important to my people. And it's obviously it's important to the global community now, because look at what's happening around the world. It's not only indigenous people that are stepping up and fighting for what, or, you know, making the stance to fight against governments and corporates that are trying to destroy, you know, the environment. So this is one thing that I really, really believe, that having that experience, because saying it, I've said it so many times, I've done Ohana.
So, Alcap, basically, what we're trying to express, or what this lady is trying to express, is that there are tons of solutions, that we don't have to have better innovations or better protect our environment. Some of it we just need to do away with. We don't necessarily need. Yes, there are some things that we need to find better solutions and innovations to better protect our environment. And some of it we just don't need at all. Some of it, if we're going to be around for another 2,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 years and so on, as a species on this planet, we're gonna have to look at, with the limited resources we have on our planet, we may need to think out of the box. Well, sure, but you know, I mean, I'm not too sure what you mean by limited resources, because we waste, like every city wastes $30 million worth of food a month. And that's not including, you know, the farmers and their waste, the waste that gets given to other things that just sit in crates and boxes in like food banks, or that sit in a building that's scheduled to go to some of these poorer countries, supposedly poorer countries, that a percentage of that goes to waste because it's just sitting there, rather than going out and getting out right away to the people that need it. There's plenty of things, my friend, you know, that our planet can definitely handle us. Yes. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, this is where you have some cities that apparently, or townships that apparently give a hard time. We have the resources to feed, house, and educate everyone. It's a question of distribution, not resources. Yeah, Max. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a question of distribution, not resources. And when you have the 1% and governments who are the bootlickers of the 1%, in power and control of that, we're going to have huge amounts of waste. You know, some people have even stated about when, you know, they worked in different industries when it comes to food and stuff, restaurants and stuff like that, where they were like told to douse the food that they were throwing away into the garbage with bleach and all other things, so homeless people couldn't eat it. Or the government is forcing them, or the state is forcing them to do these things so that poor people couldn't eat it. Like, really? Really? Because damn you for not being able to get up and have a job. Damn you for not buying into the capitalist fucking regime. Yes, I worked as a vegetarian Indian res, and we were not allowed to give away food from the buffet. We literally had to pack it up and drive it around like criminals and give it out in secrecy. Yeah, exactly. Some things we need to cut off, but more alternatives will help, like nuclear fusion. And no, I don't believe it makes no sense. People need to fucking eat. Yeah, exactly. Indigenous. Yeah. Alcap, we don't need nuclear fusion. Okay, nuclear fusion, we do not have the technology to be able to safely have a nuclear fusion anything. We don't have that technology. We don't have the availability yet to make and produce products or things that will properly hold and contain these things. And most of these companies that we have today that work with nuclear fusion and stuff do not take the proper standards of codes of safety to ensure that nothing breaks down. They don't. They cheap it out. We don't have that yet. So why are we looking at nuclear fusion? Why is that even a thought process on the table when we cannot safely manage that? Does that not make sense?
in teaching and everything, but at the same time, seeing it and experiencing it is something that is really going to work, and it really works, and it'll change people. It's changed a lot for myself, you know. That was just one thing I wanted to share about that. Okay, so let me get to what I wanted to talk about also, with it stemming from the questions too also that was sent. You know, I was reading them and I was thinking on them a little bit, and I was thinking about the connections. You know, they're asking about what are the connections that can be made between the different nations, indigenous nations, to the land water defense actions, and what is important to learn from past resistance. So what I was thinking, I said, you know, I see the similarities on how governments say, or they try to say, that they're dealing with us as people. But what bothers me is that the historically governments, they did everything in their power to disregard and disrespect our culture and our ways, and the things how we seen them and how we believe that things should work, or should how things should be dealt with environmentally, especially with the land and the water. Don't destroy, don't pollute, you know. Those are the things, like, it's been centuries that we've been sitting down having dialogue with government people and the people who arrived here 500 years ago. So 500 years we've been having this dialogue and nothing's changed. And this is one of the problems that I have at my age now. I've been living through this since I was a child. My mother and her family, and, you know, it's like we've been at so many different events. I'll call them events, but so many different types of struggles. Okay, struggles. I use that word then. You know, in Moss Lake, in New York State, in Ganyange, in the other Ganyange, in just up close by here, in 90, there was incident there, in Aguazasne. You know, different places that I've gone as a child to, and in my own community as well, seeing, you know, the resistance against too many non-native people occupying homes on the reserve, which left a lot of there were no homes for other people to live. So there was a kind of, I guess you want to say, they told the non-native people they have to leave because the housing situation was very, very bad. And that was like in the 70s, you know, and that caused a lot of pain and within the families in my own community, you know. And because of that, you know, people were saying, oh, you're being racist and that. It's like, it wasn't that at all. The adults who had initiated that, we're looking at the land. We don't have enough land for our own people to live, for, you know, for houses and homes. So they asked them to leave, so they, you know, so the native people could occupy the homes. Anyhow, that was another struggle, and that caused a lot of a ruckus, and there was RCMP here. There was a big struggle in the community, and I was very young at the time, and I seen some of it going on. So it's nothing new that I've seen the struggle for our rights, and it doesn't have to be just land and water, because the way I see right now what's happening in our modern times is that the rights of every human being is being affected by this water, our water rights and our land rights. Everyone's being affected by it. It's not just me. It's not just my community. It's not just the native people surrounding the areas where they're doing the work or anything like that. You know, we're all gonna suffer from this. You know, there's going to be consequences, and we're all going to be affected by it, and I know. And even if if I'm not directly affected, my grandchildren and their children and their children's children and grandchildren and great grand, they'll be affected by it. And what is going to be left? I look at my grandchildren now, and I'm afraid. I'm afraid because I don't. Excuse me. I'm afraid that there won't be anything left for them. And they're not young babies, you know, but some of them are. I have a grandson who's 2, you know, and it's like, what is going to be here for him? And I think that today, that the actions that are going on across Turtle Island is, to me, it uplifts me. And I look at it and I say to my husband, I say to a lot of people, I'm like, wow, I'm so grateful and I'm so thankful that it's not only us anymore standing there putting our lives on the line, because we could never get through, you know, sitting down and having this dialogue. I just heard on the news in Montreal, the mayor of Montreal is so excited because they're promoting this new, I don't know what it is, what she's promoting, but on the news she says, oh, they had a list, they even put a list, oh, we're going to have new dialogue with the indigenous community in Montreal. And they're so excited, oh, to bring back more culture, to have more dialogue with indigenous people, to see what they want, and this. And there was a list of things that they're so excited, oh, and more culture is going to be presented in Montreal and everything. And I looked at it and I was like, wow, 500 years, we've been doing all of that for 500 years and we've never gotten anywhere. You've taken all our land. We don't have much land to survive off of anymore. You know, to go hunting, we have to travel. And that's here in Kahnawake because we're surrounded by all communities right around us. You know, so other reserves may have more land and they have that access to land to go hunting. Us, we don't. Not here in Kahnawake. It's really, you know, we have to travel. And that's something, you know, when our men go and travel for hunting, our hunting rights are questioned. They're stopped by police, RCMP, OPP. And, oh, where are you going with that meat? Well, I'm going home. Where do you think I'm going with that meat? That's for my family. But then all of a sudden, oh, well, do you have this license? Do you have that license? Oh, you're not allowed. This is this province. There's 12 million rules. I'm exaggerating, but there's so many rules and laws that prevents us from doing it. And to me, I don't see, how does that make sense? The fishing rights, really? Oh yeah, tell the native people to stop fishing because it's disturbing the industry? Really? I don't believe that. You know, we were here first. The industry came second. You know, and people fish and take that food for their families. You know, so sometimes it's almost like hearing all of this. I've been hearing it my whole life, and I want to see change. In 1990, when I went there, I was a very young mother. My son was only 3 years old. And, you know, all of the other confrontations or confrontations, now I changed the term, confrontations now. And when, you know, as I got older, I started to, you know, become more involved because now I'm an adult. I'm not a child being taken to these places. And when I went in 90, you know, I took my son there because, you know, if something happens, and I figured, hey, if this is the way I'm going out, my son's coming with me. I'm not going to leave him behind, you know, with no mother and no land, you know. So it's like, when I was very young, it was a struggle to understand that. And now as a grandmother, oh my God, I'm getting so emotional. It's so hard to, I don't want to accept it. I don't want to accept it, you know, because I know that there's enough land for everybody, but we have to be, I'm not sure what the word is. We have to have love and compassion for one another at the same time, and understand one another. You know, how are we sharing these, and how is this benefiting everybody? You know, like the dialogue, I know the dialogue has to continue. And I think, yes, it has to continue, because we have to become more educated on everything and know what people are going through and know what the struggles are, and look at all of the things that even like that, all of the people who are supporting us, that are what are they doing? We need to also address them. And it's almost like bringing everything in together and creating something from it. And for my hopes are that it's going to create something very, very positive, and it's going to help us move forward. Because when I look at it, you know, I really, really believe that the dialogue is, I'm trying to word this properly, sorry. It's like the dialogue that we do have with governments, for me, it's like it doesn't get anywhere, but we still have to have it. That's what I mean. You understand? You know what I mean? Like, we still have to have it, but it's like it doesn't get us anywhere. And this was and then also on the news, when they said the mayor of Montreal, they also said, oh, Premier Legault was looking for something too. He was all on board and saying, yeah, he's going to do this and he wants to do that with the Native community in Montreal and the homeless and, you know, different things like that. And I'm like, wow, the homeless didn't just land there last week or during the COVID, you know, they've been there for a long time. And these relations and talks have been going on for a long time between Quebec and here, Ganawage, because we're situated in these imaginary lines that makes the province.
Yeah.
Which is, well, oh, I'm going to be cut off soon. Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to cut you off, Sandra, but I do want to make sure that we have enough room to get, enough time to get to everybody else.
Okay, Crystal,
and
thank
you've
you for
raised so
hanging
many
out,
important
and we'll
points that
see
I
you
think will be
later.
taken up by the subsequent
Much love and
speakers.
respect. Have a great day.
That was amazing, and you're just touching my heart so much. It's so wonderful to see you.
I know, it's so nice to see you too.
Next, we're going to have Molly Wickham. Slato.
Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, and Nyawa Goa. What do I do now? Mute? Off?
You're good. Molly, go ahead.
Hari Slato, Sai Slato, Sydney, Gidam Den Hesley, Wutsoten is Den. I just want to thank everybody for being on the panel today, and to thank you for the invitation. And I want to have a big shout out for all of the people that have been supporting the Wet'suwet'en struggle in the last several years. It really means a lot to us to have the solidarity that's been shown to us, for people to have taken action in all of the the different raids over the years and to continue to support us and follow along. I thank you so much for that, Snekalia. Thank you, Sandra, for all of your beautiful words and for the beautiful opening and the address, the ceremonial address. I think that's a good way to start things. I want to give a bit of an update on what's going on here in Wet'suwet'en Territory. We're in so-called British Columbia on the West Coast. And there's a lot that's been happening lately with all the different movements that are happening. It's hard to keep track of everything that's going on in each place sometimes. So we're doing our best to make sure that we're on top of and understanding what's happening in all the different front lines and struggles from coast to coast, and also to keep people updated on what's happening here. So right now, we're struggling against the Coastal GasLink pipeline, which is a frack gas pipeline heading to Kitimat on the west coast to a huge LNG facility and exporting with hopes to export LNG. We've been in this struggle against Coastal GasLink for years and years, against all pipelines for about the past 10 years or so, and things have really come to a head lately. Right now they're actually trying to drill under Wodzinqua, which is our headwaters, our sacred headwaters that feeds all of our rivers. We can drink right out of this river. That's where we get our water at our reoccupation sites. We have several reoccupation sites within Wet'suwet'en Territory, not just Gitumden. We have Gitumden reoccupation site, there's Unistoten, and there's Leksamitu. And all of those clans, all three clans, have their own reoccupation sites on the territory. Right now, they're trying to do geotechnical drilling under Wodzinqua at the headwaters. There's a lot of RCMP. If you go to our territory, it feels like a war zone every single day. It sounds like a war zone. It looks like a war zone, but it really feels like war zone. There's hundreds and hundreds of workers all over our territories at any given time of the day. There's about 5 different security companies. There's SERG, which is a special detachment of RCMP specifically to address Indigenous people resisting industry on their territories, that are all over our territories all the time, every single day. Currently, there are criminal investigations happening by the RCMP into solidarity blockades, into sabotage, into conflicts that have happened between workers, with workers, and into hunting that's happening on our territory during hunting season by Wet'suwet'en people that is apparently in breach of the injunction that Coastal GasLink has against us. So there's a lot happening. Things are coming to a head, and there's a lot that people don't know, that this struggle is continuing on a daily basis out in the territory. So I want to talk a little bit about that, but be cognizant of time. And I just want to say that the connections between our movements are probably one of the most powerful things that can happen. If you look at what happened last year, there was several days, 5 days of raids on Wet'suwet'en Territory where 27 people were arrested in the end, including Wet'suwet'en matriarchs. That was the second year of raids on our territories at the same time of year consecutively. And what happened was that everybody stood up and supported us and shut down Canada, essentially. And so this is one of the things that I think has been pivotal in the movement for Indigenous reoccupations, Indigenous land back, Indigenous sovereignty, whatever you want to call it, for us to actually have a vision of what freedom and hope look like. So what does being free and being liberated look like and feel like on the ground? And so there's this concept of there's this idea of it, but we don't actually know what that feels like maybe all the time. We don't know what it looks like, what it could look like. And so I think that's really important piece of all of us standing together, is that we're creating this different reality where we are in control, where we aren't the victim of colonization, where we are setting the rules and the boundaries of what our future is going to look like. And I think that comes from this, it comes from people like you, Sandra, that have spent their whole entire lives resisting, have set that path for young Indigenous people, young Indigenous women to follow. When I first started out and started going to university and started learning about colonization and all these things, it was women like Ellen Gabriel that were my heroes, that I looked up to, and I thought, this is somebody that I want to be like one day, to be able to stand up for my people, and to be able to stand strong, and to be able to defend our land, and to be able to speak about it and share that with other people. I think that's one of the most important things that we can do, and be united in that, so that this spreads like wildfire. That's one of the things that we've been saying for years is, what people are like, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do? Well, we want people to do support actions. We want people our allies and accomplices to act in solidarity with us, and to target certain, groups or people that are doing genocide to our territories, to our people. And we've always said to other Indigenous people, take your own land back, reoccupy your land, occupy your lands, because that's where you have the most strength. And so once we start living that, and once we start doing that, we actually start believing in ourselves, because that's one of the main goals of colonization, is to make us believe that it's not ours, make us believe that we don't have the ability to follow our laws, to live our laws, that our governance doesn't matter, that we don't have any rights or responsibilities as Indigenous people. And so in reoccupying our lands, we actually start to see and feel what that looks like. And the more that we all do it together, the stronger that it becomes. And so we can look back at things like the Oka crisis and different examples of resistance in the past, and see, what worked, what didn't work, what was the strategy there, what were the tactics that were used, and so how could we, how should we be acting now in the current situation. And so I think if we had a strong, unified strategy from coast to coast, across Indigenous nations, that's what really is going to get the attention of the state. That's what, when last February, when Shutdown Canada was happening, that relationship between the Mohawk people, the Haudenosaunee, and Wet'suwet'en, and all of the allies in between, that's what got the federal provincial government to come to the table and say, how do we resolve this? And it wasn't resolved from that. They wanted to have a smokescreen to make it appear like things were resolved. They didn't actually do that. And I don't think that they will. I think that it's something that we have to push, and we have to keep pushing harder until we get exactly what we want as Indigenous people, and whatever that looks like for our communities. And so I think that that's what's really going to help each individual nation grow their movement, and what's helped us in our struggle in the Wet'suwet'en territories, that's helped us immensely. That's helped our own people to believe in ourselves, is that we know that we have the backing of all of these different groups, all these different Indigenous people. We know we have the backing of all these, allies and accomplices all over from coast to coast. And we know that we are strong in our stance, and that we are right and justified and dignified in our stance, and that we will never give up for those reasons that Sandra mentioned, is that we don't want to leave the fight to our children. We are terrified about what that will look like for them if we don't do everything in our power now to stop the destruction of our lands and our waters. You know, we have one of the last clean drinking water sources in our whole territory and in the world, and we're not willing to stand down to protect that at any point and at any cost. And so I think that being unified in that stance and focusing on the resiliency and focusing on the fact that we are so strong and that we have the total ability to shut down Canada. We have the total ability to change the way that this colonizing state functions, and demand that our laws and our governance be recognized. And that's what I see happening from coast to coast right now, is that we're demanding that it's our law supersedes, and our law is the one that lives on the ground. Our laws are designed for us to live sustainably. Our laws are designed not only for us as Wet'suwet'en people, but all of creation within our Yinta, within our territories. And so that takes precedence. And that's what we're seeing happening in all of these different communities, from my perspective, is that we're taking back control of how we do business and how our lands will be managed into the future. And that's obviously being met with huge resistance from white supremacists, from the government, from the state, from the OPP, from the RCMP, the CERD teams here, because they're terrified that this will become the norm. And it already is the norm. Look around at what's happening in the world. That is the norm. And so this is a critical, critical time for us to push that harder, push our agendas that on Wet'suwet'en territory, Wet'suwet'en governance rules. Those are the laws that we follow. Those are the laws that we live on the ground in our territory. And without our land and our water, we won't have the strength to continue to struggle the way that we are now, and the way that we need to. And so we have to have those bases, those reoccupation sites, in order to continue this struggle into the future generations, because that's what our ancestors did for us. They fought hard so we'd have these little pieces of our culture left. They fought hard so that we had our feastal system. They fought hard so that we had land still left to have a connection to, so we knew what we were fighting for. And so we have to do the same for our children and our future generations. Am I over time? I don't know if I'm over time. There's one last thing that I'll just share. Go ahead. Somebody was supposed to be keeping my time for me. One last thing that I do want to share is just this idea of our connection and the roots of our resistance, and the connection that we have with different movements like Black Lives Matter, is this idea of, and this social construct of racism that's designed to dehumanize us. And so at every single point in our resistance, the state will attempt to dehumanize us. And you could see that even in in Land Back Lane, in that struggle, that the RCMP start releasing different images and different stories about the land defenders there, right? Trying to not only criminalize them, but frame them in a certain way. We've been framed that way. That is exactly the same tactic that has been used since contact in our communities and all across the board in the oppression of Indigenous people and people of color and Black people, that racism is used as a tool to dehumanize us so that the oppression can continue, so that they can dehumanize us, so they could take our land away, and that they could keep our land, and that we don't have a right or access to our lands anymore, and that it doesn't matter because we're not quite human enough to deserve to have our land. We're not quite human enough to deserve to have freedom. And so that's where that underlying connection to all of our struggles is for freedom and liberation, for humanity, for humanness, for respect and dignity for all of our people. And so I think that that's where we all connect in our struggle and demand that, no, we won't stand for any of those forms of oppression any longer. And that everybody else needs to stand with us and demand the exact same thing. So for all of the Indigenous people and in front lines that are doing this work right now, I just want to say, Snekalia, I think that the reoccupations of the territory are so important that I'm looking forward to having more opportunities to stand in solidarity with one another and work with one another. And for our allies and accomplices, there's real people that are on the ground right now committing genocide on all our territories. So who are those people? Look at, in our case, the contractors, the subcontractors, the major people that are actually the RCMP, but the major people who are actually on the territory doing the work to commit genocide, right? Last year, so many people went up against the RCMP and said, stop the violence against Wet'suwet'en people. That was amazing. But the RCMP aren't the ones committing, they are accomplices in committing genocide on our territory. But who are the workers? Who are the companies that are actually committing genocide? Who has CGL hired to commit genocide on our territory? And all across the board in all the movements, because those are the people that are actually on the ground doing the work to kill our territories and to kill our people. And so I ask that people to think about that. When they're thinking about solidarity actions and when they're thinking about ways to support us. Masai.
Thank you so very much, Molly.
So, for those of you who have been here a while, when we look at it, you'll hear me say the same things that this lady has stated. We need to look at who it is that's committing genocide. I'm new here. What do you mean? Momo. You're so new, that's why you have a VIP, right? So, not only do we have to unfortunately fight government and law enforcement, oh, Momo. I love you, Momo. But we also have to look at these companies and who they are employing to commit these acts of genocide. Whether that be oil or those companies like that, whether it's child and family services, the foster care systems, we have to look at all of those things. These people are committing acts of genocide every day. Or whether it's the guard in a prison or the court system. We have to look at these things because whether you wish to stand up and join in the fight with us Indigenous people or not, think about it this way. Once they run out of us Indigenous people, who do you think they're coming for next? Because in order to keep that system going, they have to have people to go after. They have to have the next group of people that they're going to get rid of. And then the next group of people that they're going to be working at getting rid of. Then the next group. It's a constant cycle that has no end to the destruction and genocide of people. Whether it's us Indigenous people, whether it's our African black people or our black, or whether it's the Scottish and Irish, or whether it's the Italians, whether it's the Portuguese, it doesn't matter. They will keep finding different groups of people to go after. until there's nothing but the 1% left. And maybe a small handful of people to be the slaves of the 1%. Well, it's not that hard to identify the enemy though, Waxy. It's really not that hard. It's these people that are out there doing these things and claiming, oh, this is just my job. I'm just getting paid to do this. I don't have any control. Yes, they do. They have every control to be able to say, no, I don't want to do this. And no, I'm not doing this. And walk away. They have every opportunity and ability to do that. But they choose greed and money over that. Do you see what I'm saying? It's you know, it's, how do I put it? You have to hit it from all angles. It cannot be just, you can't just sit there and say, well, it's a colonial system. It's more than just that. It's people that literally, because of greed and their desire to have more money over humanness, over being human. I guess what I mean, it's hard to identify the one single enemy when there are so many institutional forces working independently but together. Yeah. So we start off with, okay, these are the people that we need to keep an eye on to make sure that they aren't here doing what these institutional forces are pushing them to do. Then we also attack the institutional forces. Do you know what I mean? They might be working independently but together, but we can work together. This is what I get at. Everybody's talking, you know, like last night I was having a conversation where, you know, it was the question of trans people and black people, or women and black women, black women and black people in entirety. If we all push together, if we all stand together and stop with this idea or ideology that that we must allow one to overtake the other, we're not getting anywhere. If we sit back and go, oh look, the government sat back and gave me and my group benefit, but you know, never mind these other people because we got what we wanted, and walk away, you're not going anywhere. Because the bullshit agreement that you signed with it only lasts for a certain extent and doesn't give you the full agreement on what you're wanting. Then they start making you sign away all the things that they agreed to give you, making concessions till more and more you have littler and less and less and less. And then you're right back at it again. This is the same thing they've done over and over and over for generations, for over 500 plus years. The same things they do all the time. And still people can't get it into their head that they're full of shit. That no matter how much promises they give you so that you'll walk away from the other people who are struggling, you're never going to really have it. They will do everything in their power to pretend like they're giving it to you, but in reality, they're not giving it to you at all. Because they don't give a fuck about you. They never have, and they never will. The 1% in the government does not give two fucks about you. They don't care about the working class. All they care about from the working class is continue paying for their bill. Continue to make them money. That's it. They don't give a shit. You lose your job, you go into poverty, the government doesn't give a fuck. Whether you lose everything, your shirt, your house, everything, they don't give a shit. Oh well, maybe you should have worked harder. You feel me? If the government really cared, like United States government really cared, instead of this rental freeze and paying the landlords your rent to cover your rent so that they don't kick you out, they would have also put in the stipulation that landlords cannot continuously charge you rent for it for all that time period. They cannot charge you late fees and other fees on top of that. That these things cannot be done, period, because they've already received your rent money from the government to cover it. But they don't care. They knew full well that landlords were going to do that. They knew full well that they are looking at today that millions of people in the United States are going to become homeless very soon. They knew it. They don't give a shit. They never have and they never will. Yeah, exactly, Momo, right? Like 600 stimulus check is going to cover everything, right? Your landlord will come along and take that 600 and say, yeah, thanks. That covers the some of the late fees on your rent. But you still owe a shit ton of money for your rent. And some of the late fees on top of it. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Get used to it. And until we as a people all stand together and stop this fucking stupidness of buying into their brainwashing and their concept of keeping everybody fighting against each other, we are going to still have the same shit for generations to come.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follow, Waxy. Literally, think about that, though. If we do not all stand together, they win. We don't. And this pandemic, I think that's my favorite follow alert on Twitch. I know, right? If we don't stand together and do something together and stay strong together so that everyone gets ahead, everyone gets equality, everyone gets a roof over their head, gets food in their fucking belly, the basic fundamental needs. Some are talking like that 600 of disposable of that will be 600 of disposable income. Already acting like even the newly homeless people don't exist. Yeah, exactly, right? You don't think your landlord's going to be knocking on your door wanting some of that, if not all of that 600? Damn straight. That motherfucker's already got plans for that 600. You may find the odd few that might be decent landlords and go, nah, don't worry about it. But those are rarities. These real estate people that are like corporate real estate people, they don't give two shits about whether you have food or not. They don't care. They will say, demand that you pay them that $600 in full. Even though, like I said, the government has already paid them the money for your rent. So in reality, you don't owe them shit. But because the government doesn't give a fuck. Wing the ultimate nug. The other day I was buying one apple and it cost me $2. Yeah, think about that. One apple used to cost you like under $1. Now it's $2. Think of those things. And then some places in the States, when you try and set up like community fridges and other things to help make sure that people have food security, then you have these companies going to the state telling them, hey, you better make sure that stops, because people need to be buying our food at whatever over exaggerated and overpriced that we place it. The gouging that we're not supposed to be doing, because it is both in United States law and Canadian law that in a crisis or in a pandemic, these places aren't supposed to gouge people, but they still do it. I work at a Walmart. The car batteries went from $90 to $130 pre-tax. Yeah. I'm here trying to have enough money for food, and I'm like bombarded with having to deny people batteries, and now they can't get to work. Yeah, exactly, Wing. Exactly, right? Exactly. The law, within the law, it states that companies and businesses cannot gouge people during a crisis or a catastrophe or a pandemic. They're not permitted to. It's underneath the law to protect the populace from this. But they're doing it anyway. So what governors, what state senates, what people in power are taking bribes to allow this to happen? Do these people deserve your vote? That's another way to deal with people, right? Government officials. You want to know how to deal with them? It's usually around voting time. And sadly, you're always stuck with this two evils thing. Well, either you vote Democrat or Republican. You vote independent and it just screws up the whole entire voting system. No, it doesn't. We live in a democracy and we can't even unelect people. Exactly. Exactly, Wayne, right? We live in a democracy and we can't even unelect them. How is that a democracy? That's a dictatorship. They give you the illusion. Democracy, yeah. Hey, buddy. You know who could unelect their leaders? Pirates. Yeah. But pirates are bad people, right? It's complete lawlessness. We live underneath this illusion of freedom. And you think you're free. You're not free. You are a slave to the 1%, to the government. You are not free. Wake up. When you as the people cannot unelect someone, but you sure the hell apparently can. Well, pilots were paid equal shares, except the captain who gets 2 shares. The carpenter and the doctor and basically accountants got 1.5 shares. Yeah, something like that, Wayne. But we don't even get that, do we? Yeah, exactly, Abadi, right? Damn pirates organizing labor better than the states. You talk about worker co-ops, even look at Amazon puts out things for worker, or, you know, if you hear someone talking about worker co-ops, report it. We need to squash that immediately. And if you don't report it, then you'll be fired. If you try and bring in a worker co-op, you'll be fired. Really? Really? Walmart pays our electrician bonuses if they catch us talking about unions. Walmart pays our electricians bonuses if they catch us talking about unions. Yeah, exactly, right? Rat them out. Heaven forbid you should be talking about unions, right? Because Walmart wants you to what? Pay you just enough so that way you get food stamps, and then demand that you spend those food stamps there at Walmart. And then on top of that, they hire so few employees that you literally have to do 6 jobs when you are only applying for 1 job. And you don't get paid any extra for doing those other jobs. They just shrunk our workforce too. Yeah, exactly, Wing. Waxing, the redefinition of freedom in modern society is such a powerful phenomenon. People used to understand what freedom actually meant. But now, so long as there is not a law specifically prohibiting someone that is called freedom, even that thing is behind a paywall or protected by institutional practices and policies. Yeah, exactly, Waxing. Our grandparents understood a little bit about freedom. But they sure made sure that they brainwashed us right from the get-go. Yeah, like think about that for a second. You have a pandemic, a COVID pandemic that is literally killing thousands of people. But it's more important for your freedom to not wear a mask. Right? Like protecting yourself and protecting others from this virus, so it has something to do with your freedom. That's how fucked up they've made people think. That's how fucked up they brainwashed everyone. Saving lives now becomes a question of freedom. Rather than something you just do as a fellow human being. The individual freedom or individuality has taken over the community, families. They've pushed that stupid ideology to no extent, to no end. Right from the get-go. If your child in school starts sharing and playing well with others and taking care and consideration for people, oh my God, we need to punish that child. There's something wrong. Yeah, I wish I had the freedom to build my own home. Free access to clean water, free to grow my own food, free to do the kind of work I find rewarding, but I'm not free to do any of these things. Exactly, Waxing. Momo. Give me freedom, dumb, or give me death. Yeah, exactly, right? And yet they have the nerve to call us indigenous people savages. Really? Or uneducated. Really? They literally destroyed communities by pressuring us to stop having multiple generation homes. Every person needs their own place so the landlords can make more money. Exactly, Wing. Exactly. Exactly. And then on top of that, you have all these other companies that make huge money and pay their employees shit money. Right? And you know the landlord, he's taking bids, right? I knew people I grew up with kicked other homes literally in their 18th. Yeah, exactly, right? Because they needed to be independent. Exactly. Because being independent and individuality is such a great thing. You know, indigenous people, some are even still in high school. Yeah, think about that. Some states, you know, being 18 doesn't necessarily mean you graduated high school. You're still in high school in some states that have like grade 13 or grade 14. Then let us not forget the scam of colleges and universities with their tuition fees. And then the dormitory costs and all these other costs for your books, things you need, new computer for it, new laptop on top of the computer. Then a tablet included with that, so that way you can have more messages with your professor. 50,000 for a BA, only including tuition. Yeah, 50,000 for your Bachelor of Arts, and that's only just the tuition. That's not including your dormitory cost, food, the books, the need of a new computer, laptop for your classes, all these things. That you go in debt with. When education, we have enough money and enough GDP and enough income and enough profit that no one has to pay for education. Education and all of it should be free. But that would be counterproductive to the capitalism society that we're building here. To be a man or to be a woman or to be a functional adult in society, honestly, you think 50K would mean the professors were really educated and dedicated to teaching and research. But no, they are working part-time in McDonald's while the college hired 50 more random administrators to admit nothing. Exactly, Wing. Exactly. Exactly, right? So this is what you're setting your kids to, or this is what you're setting yourself to, right? You're telling your kids that to be an adult, they must do this. This is what being an adult is. No, it's not. That's what being a slave is. Understand it. It's slave mentality. They say, "Oh, we got rid of slavery, except for the 13th Amendment, which allows the courts to determine whether or not you're going to be a slave." Oh, but capitalism good. Communism and socialism bad. Yeah, okay. So making sure that everyone has a roof and food and everything that they need and free medical care is bad compared to poverty, forced manual labor at an extremely cheap price. And huge debt is freedom, right? That's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, right. If you haven't sniffed the tea or the coffee yet, please do. Take a big whiff. Because you've been bamboozled, taken for a chump, if you believe that capitalism is the only thing. Yeah, exactly, right? Rabbit knows about college pay too, yeah. As a professor myself, I would also draw attention to the tradition of education. In undergrad, I read the work of white men almost exclusively. I had to go out of my way to find the voices of women or people of color. Exactly, Waxing. Exactly. You've been bamboozled. You've been played and made a chump, a fool. Time to wake up. Wake up. There are people here, like Momo's one of them, one of my mods, her daughter, Momo's kids, literally stand up to their teachers and say, "What the hell are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about." And are more intelligent than you and me are. With online colleges, I pay $2,000 a semester for a textbook and questions and someone to grade it. And I haven't been in a lecture for colleges in 1 year by now. Dang, Wayne. Yeah, exactly, Momo. Exactly, right? It is about establishing a narrative and perpetrating that narrative, which is certainly white-centric at all costs. Yeah, Waxing, exactly. Momo, I know your kids love you. There's no question about that. You are the favorite parent, even though your hubby is also a favorite parent. I don't think your kids love you any less. Oh, with the teachers, yeah. Of course you're not the favorite parent with the teachers. Of course not. anytime you buck up against their colonized fucking brainwashing and spit out facts and truth to them, they don't like that. How dare you? How dare you not go along with the brainwashing that we're indoctrinating your kids with, so that they can become, when they become adults, good little slaves. Interesting. You know, the 60s movement. Most of those people in the 60s movements were college and university students. What they realized was allowing these students to have free thinking caused this motion, caused this problem. Now they don't want you to be free thinking. You can't be free thinking. You must subscribe. Teach them enough to run the machines, but not enough to critically think. Exactly, Wing. Exactly. Exactly. Right? That's reserved for the rich people. The rich people live on socialism. The 1%, think about this for a minute. The 1% in the government lives on socialism, while the population lives in capitalism. Think about that for a minute. Yet the 1% in the government claims that socialism is so bad because they don't want you to have what they have. Yeah, Wing, that's true too. Most just got lucky at birth. But the rich people all have socialism. Yeah, they barely understand the economy, yeah. But they all have socialism. If you're lucky enough to be in that 1%, whether it's by your own or by birth, and most times it's by birth, and you start to fumble, or you start to, sway or falter, or start to lose money, the other 1% will come along and help you out. Socialism. Where we people, the average person, does not get that same thing. Even when you put money in the bank, do you realize that money sitting in the bank uses that as collateral for someone? Or to invest in different things in the stock market? Or uses it to accumulate enough money to give someone a loan that they make money off of, but you don't make a penny off of? Do you realize that? Saving in stocks usually causes inflation. You wonder why we have so much inflation? It's because they put all their money into stocks. Exactly. Yeah. And the rich aren't the ones, you know who's keeping the GDP afloat? Everybody else but the rich. The rich keep all their money stockpiled away. They're not spending money. They're not helping the GDP. They're not helping it at all. It's all the rest of us that are doing it. While they keep making more money, they keep getting richer and richer and richer. And the gap between them and everyone else grows every day. Literally, any country's economy depends upon everybody else but the working class to maintain and support it. Because we're the ones that are spending all our paychecks. The little chump change that they're giving us. They're not spending a damn fucking penny. Well, maybe they spend it to buy another, you know, another yacht after already having 7 yachts that cost, you know, $30 billion for a yacht. But that doesn't go back into the economy. That goes to somebody else who built the boat, some corporation that built it, so that they can get rich and be rich and be in that 1% group. Do you see what I mean? Yachts are tax write-offs because they decrease in value over time. Yeah, exactly. So wouldn't your vehicle that a normal person buys for, say, $20 somewhat thousand, and the moment that it drives off the lot starts decreasing in value, wouldn't that be considered a tax write-off? Oh no, wait, that's right, because you're not rich enough to be able for it to be considered a tax write-off. A normal vehicle counts, but it's usually not worth enough to matter at all. Yeah. Yeah, Wing, exactly. And they made it specifically that way, right? They made it specifically that way. That it doesn't matter at all. That it's not worth enough to matter at all. So that the general population, the standardized deduction is 10K. So your itemized has to be greater, or you should use the standard. Right. What was it they were using? I think I remember seeing something about Land Rovers and how Land Rovers were used for the rich as a tax write-off. And these auto companies were literally letting these rich people know that Land Rovers can be used as a tax write-off. But they didn't go out of their way to let the general population know that. No, they pointed you to some other vehicle that wouldn't be worth, that wouldn't equal up to you getting a tax write-off for it. See how that works? And this is what they brainwash you to. That you should be grateful for these trinkets and chump change. You should be grateful for it. Be grateful to live in a country that has so much freedom. Oh my God. Hooked, lined, and singled and bamboozled. Think about that. This is why I keep saying, be careful who you vote for. Really pay attention to who you're voting for. I get this last election was all about, you know, trying to get rid of Trump. But, you know, you really have to watch who you vote for. So I need to use the washroom. So we're gonna start playing this video again and continue on with this video. I think this is some very good information that people need to think about and hear and understand.
Next we have Starla. Starla Myers.
Hey, go. How are ya? Can you guys hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Sego, I'm Starla. I'm going to speak in English mostly because I'm still learning the language, and I know that one small mistake can mean something completely different and completely inappropriate. So I'll just stick to English for right now. I kind of followed the questions. That's just part of my personality is following the process and whatnot. But I just want to say niawa to both Molly and Sandra, because how do I really top what they've said? How do I even compare? Am I even important enough in the whole bigger picture of things to warrant anyone listening to me? But I'll go ahead with the questions. So the first question, talking about how we're all connected, and to me, the connections are quite simply based on being Ongwehoe and our ties to the land and water, and everything to do with our health and wellness is based on the health and wellness of our water, our land, and our air. It's without that, we're not healthy either. Health is directly linked to our connection and ties to the land. The World Health Organization has certainly pointed out that land dispossession is directly related to some of the disproportionate representation of diabetes in health, heart and stroke, and certainly having a greater incidence amongst Indigenous people. That's unfortunately another connection. And that's why it's so important for us to stick together and ensure that we work together, having that common goal. Now, I do know we quite often hear, thinking of the next generations yet to come, and I had sort of this thought that 5 generations ago, somebody was thinking of me and their decision making and how they walked their path in life was based on knowing that I would be coming one day and that I would be walking this earth. And for me, that's why it's so important to think about previous actions that have taken place historically, 30 years ago, 100 years ago, all of those, even longer. Those things impact and will continue to impact each subsequent generation that comes along. And that's why it's important for us to consider our history and apply it daily to how we continue to carry ourselves. And much like Molly, I my heroes growing up, it wasn't, people like Wonder Woman or anything like that. It actually was Ellen Gabriel. That was the first hero that defined how I wanted to live my life and how I wanted to represent myself and how I would be active within my community. And that was really important to me. And I met her earlier this year and was completely fangirling. So the possibilities between the Black and Brown communities are absolutely endless. We have the historical alliances that were formed in wars, in neighborhoods, and certainly now just having both populations experiencing criminalization, just overrepresentation in prison systems, and we can really benefit and learn from each other's struggles and be there for each other, show up for their events and certainly open our doors to ours. That's important. It really is to be able to remarry into the historic alliances that I'm aware of. That would just be absolutely amazing, and that's something certainly that I think we can all do better to work on fostering those relationships with the Black community. Now, the next question talked about accomplices and co-conspirators, and just because right now I am facing some criminalization due to coverage that took place at within our own territory, I'm going to refrain from giving any suggestions to those two populations. Allies, on the other hand, allies are really important, and sometimes it feels like we want them to do things, but then at other times it's kind of like, you know what, maybe you're doing too much. Maybe you need to let us tell our own stories and allow us to represent ourselves. And so for me, it's just basically I concentrate on trying to listen to other voices who don't have who aren't necessarily being interviewed, who aren't necessarily being asked to participate in certain events. Like, those are the people that I am being an ally by seeking them out as well and boosting their voices. And I think that's what allyship really is all about, is like, through my privilege, I can certainly boost the other voices of other members of my nation. I know that, we see the darker the skin, the less likely they are to get proper attention and accolades, proper service in justice systems, proper service in medical systems. And those are the stories that we need to hear. We need to see how it is a complete systemic issue, that this is actually happening in this day and age. And, not only am I a journalist, but from my nursing profession as well, it boggles my mind that people are still receiving less than adequate health care because of the color of their skin. Now being, murdered for lack of better terminology, I guess, like losing your life because people have preconceived notions about who you are and what it is that you do in life, and how the burden on the system, when in fact that is the complete opposite of what we are. It's attention needs to be brought to those specific things, and yeah, showing up on the front lines is great, but speaking out and changing cultures within systems, that's work for allies as well, because it's not necessarily something that people who work within those systems want to hear from somebody who is part of the marginalized population, and certainly shouldn't have to be an ambiguous race to have proper and adequate care. The last thing that the last question that talked about resiliency and deficit models, and so this one kind of brought me. I did a lot of thinking about that. That was something that made me how people view not only myself but other people who are either doing coverage of the events or enacting the actual land reclamations. And one of the things that we always hear is get a job. And I'm like, oh, wow. I guess, for the most part, people still think that there's these tropes that we want to just sit around and do nothing. And I cannot express enough how much work it is doing these type of actions. Like it's a 24/7 job. And I know personally sometimes in poor Skylar, I know he'll be up next, or in a few people, but sometimes I just have to call and say, what are you doing about this? What's going on? And that's a really heavy burden to carry. Not to mention, like he's also an iron worker by trade, which is an absolute required skill. But yeah, the deficit models that are prevalent certainly do have people believing that, in order for us to be able to protect our territory, that we have nothing better to do, that we have no jobs, that we're drinking and we're drug users and those type of things. We're on welfare, and that's one of the furthest things from the truth. And that's why it's important for us for everyone to start to recognize that, most times when we're able to be somewhere for those snapshots in time and in those live videos and when there is news being covered, that we're also running home afterwards to take care of our families. We're also going home afterwards to get ready for the next day job that actually puts money on the table. Activism is not only a full-time job, but it certainly is a non-paying job that requires us to have other jobs. And with the journalist component, it's been very difficult to act according to non-native guidelines for journalism. There's this impression that we have to be unbiased and that's the only way to tell a story, and that's not necessarily true. It's for my worldview from that Indigenous perspective is that things that I talk about, both health and land, I'm very passionate about both of them. That's part of my life. It's part of my genetic makeup. It's just as important as, my family and in my community, that I am able to speak from the perspective of a person living and experiencing that. So we need to start seeing the person who is cutting down the trees on our territory isn't the productive one anymore. It's the ones who are protecting it. Those are the productive ones. Those are the ones that are making a difference. Those are the ones that we're going to remember. And in several generations ahead of us, those are the ones that are going to be talking about. Nyago, I appreciate you guys inviting me. That was awesome.
It was awesome. And thank you so much.
So one of the things this young lady talked about was standing together, building that connection with each other. One of the things that isn't talked about so much anymore was when it came to Indigenous people and people like, our brothers and sisters that were brought over from Africa as slaves. When the slaves would run away from their masters, they would come, if they could make it, and if they managed to make it, they would come to us Indigenous people and we would help them. We had an agreement with each other. We had that connection with each other. We had an alliance with each other. Not very much of that you hear talked about today. But it's true. We have taken in all different kinds of people that are have been trying to escape capitalism and the government for a while. We allow them into our communities. We help them. These things, you know, you should think about what this young lady was talking about. Because as we all well know, our time as a species on this planet is cutting thin. It's running out. Unless we do something. Unless we do something to change it. Unless we stop what these big corporations are doing to destroy our planet. If that makes sense. There won't be a next generation. We should have been doing this a long time ago. Everybody should have been more focused on it, but instead, scientists that were saying, hey, you know, look, if we don't stop this now, this is going to happen. All of a sudden it was, you know, the government and them and the big corporations were going, oh no, they're just crazy nut job scientists. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know anything. But we both know, now we see that what they were saying was true back then. Yet we're still allowing them to lead us around like sheep, to bamboozle us, to treat us like chumps, like uneducated people. Or like, you know, we still allow these things to continue on. We still permit it. Yes, I realize these corporations hire black ops people. Soldiers for hire. Which is why I tell you in Minecraft, you really need to start working out and you really need to start looking after yourself and you really need to start learning things in Minecraft. If that makes sense. I mean, these neo-Nazis are doing it. Think about that. What? Minecraft? Yeah. Minecraft. What's up, Alamo? these things people really need to start looking at. Yeah, Minecraft. You know, in Minecraft. Momo can explain it to you later. if you haven't gotten the Minecraft part yet. I'm not making you do your work, do my work, Momo. If you don't want to tell them, that's fine too. But somebody should bring Alamo up to speed. Just saying.
You are so very important and
Oh, thank
important on this panel, right? And, you know, the visibility that you're talking about of Ellen is the visibility that you all have, right? Like people are looking at you and looking at Molly and certainly looking at Sandra. And there have been over 200 people here listening and being inspired by you all the same way that you've been inspired earlier. So I just,
Yeah, I appreciate
you're important, Starla.
No.
Pam, do you want to take over now?
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. Kwe Nindaluizi, Pam Palmater. I'm from the Sovereign Mi'kmaq Nation and unceded Mi'kma'ki and a member of Eel River Bar First Nation. But today I'm coming from the Sovereign Mississaugas of Scugog territory, who of course their lands were largely stolen through fraudulent transactions, and they've never received justice for that, just like many of our nations across the country. Thank you to inviting me to this panel. I really appreciate it. I am going to be the bad student because I didn't read any questions. So I hope that my comments actually address some of these questions. But it's a real honor for me to be a part of this incredible group of Gayankahaga and Wet'suwet'en panelists because, you know, I follow their work. I'm inspired by them all, and especially their deep commitment to their nations, their peoples, and their lands, and in all different ways. And I think that's what's really come out and what all of the speakers have said is that there's lots of different ways we can be warriors for our people and our nations, and that all of those things work together. You know, we have the people on the front lines, the people doing the education, the people doing the research, the legal stuff, the fundraising, all of it works together to help one another. And then when we branch that out and in between nations, we're doing the same thing and reinforcing each other's voices, that makes us even stronger. And then amongst other groups like Black Lives Matter or human rights groups and all of the other social justice and earth justice groups, it just keeps making us, all of us, stronger when we work together. And you know, one of the things that I really hope for the people who are listening or watching this now, or who might watch it in the future, my remarks are also going to be targeted at you, because I hope you really understand just how significant the people on this panel and all of the people that they work with and all of the people who will never be on a panel are to our nations. Our land defenders and water protectors are, like, none of our nations would be here were it not for their strength and
Columbus
determination,
has
because
to
they're really
die.
true warriors in mind,
After
body,
500
and
years,
spirit.
kill him!
And they make significant personal
Columbus!
sacrifices that no one will ever see. And in addition to that, they take great personal risks to their own freedoms, their own financial situations, their relationships with their families and their nations and their communities. And most of that will never be seen. All we will ever see, if we're lucky, is what's seen in the media. And so the sacrifices that they make so that we have a future, so that our kids have a chance at a better future, is incredible. And the leaders are in all directions. So I too had, looked up to people like Ellen Gabriel, but I also looked to people younger than me, like Molly and Canahus and Skylar and everybody else who is in this, who is carrying on the tradition, because the hope is not just in the people who came before us, but it's in the people who are coming up behind us and all working together. And I think that's important. And the people who are watching, please know this, because we literally wouldn't be here, and none of us on this planet will have a future without these people making these sacrifices. And they're often portrayed as troublemakers, outliers, radicals, rogues, and criminals by all levels of government, by different segments of society, and of course by the extractive industry. And that language isn't accidental. It's actually really strategic. Sometimes people think, oh, they're just misspeaking or they're just exaggerating. No, it's very, very calculated. First of all, using that kind of language targets Canadians. So you diminish public support for our collective land defense efforts if you can portray people as dangerous or acting in a criminal way. But it also targets our nations and our communities, our houses, and our clans, and it's intended to sow the seeds of division. It's that long, well-known colonial divide and conquer attitude, which is meant to try to divide our people and make us feel alone. I mean, their ultimate strategy is to isolate people like Skylar at 1492 or Molly at Giddimdon, to make them feel like they are literally all alone and no one supports them, and they may as well just give up because their own people are angry at them. And nothing could be further from the truth. But they work really hard to try to make us feel alone, so that we won't realize the power that we have behind us. And it's like I said, it's not political rhetoric. I mean, settler governments and law enforcement have literally taken this ideology of us as criminals and dangerous and made this the central feature of their so-called Indian policy. So, not only do Canada's laws, policies, and practices center around the continued theft of our lands and resources, but they've created this legal fiction, literally a mythology around us being threats to national security and threats to public safety, so that they can continue to justify our oppression while they're stealing our lands and resources. And so that people won't feel upset when our people, our land defenders, are arrested or go off to prison. And I'm for the people sitting on this panel, they know this. This isn't anything new. I mean, since contact, settler governments have literally at different points in times and in many different ways criminalized every aspect of who we are as Haudenosaunee peoples, Mi'kmaq, Wet'suwet'en, you name it. I mean, from our identities and cultural practices outright outlawed, our mobility, our abilities to leave reserves, our traditional and laws and governing practices, even our families and our life-giving abilities has been very much criminalized and controlled by the state at different times. And of course, look at anything related to land or our economies like hunting, fishing, gathering, trade, manufacturing, the governance, maintenance, and protection of our lands and territories. All of that has been highly criminalized and regulated. I mean, think about it. Some of the trades that have been outright criminalized, like the traditional Haudenosaunee practice of growing, manufacturing, and trading in tobacco, something the Europeans didn't even know about before they came here, is now considered contraband and organized crime when it's looked at from their perspective. And they've done a really effective job of trying to convince the public about our criminality. And so when you think about even today, so all of that carries into today, that even the ability to advocate for ourselves, protect our people from racism, violence, and oppression, all of that has been criminalized within anti-terrorism legislation, within the criminal code. They have empowered themselves through their unjust laws to surveil us, count us, assess us, track us, monitor us, report on us, and not just within law enforcement, but also to government departments and the extractive industry of all things. They're not even part of the government, you would think. And so, our criminality is literally, or the criminalization of who we are is literally a fundamental part of the extractive industry's inappropriate relationship and undue influence with governments and government officials, and their relationships that go back and forth. First they're in government, then they're on extractive industry boards, and so on and so forth. And they have both jointly worked very hard and effectively with all of their money, resources, and law enforcement to reinforce that criminality to achieve the ends that they want. And so, knowing that, here's the ironic thing that, everything that we stand for, everything about who we are is about love, it's about peace, it's about protection, it's about obligation to one another, to our neighboring nations, to the people we're intermarried with, to all of the plant and animal nations, all of that. And basically, it's who we are and our fundamental values as Native peoples. That is the only way that we are literally going to save this planet. Yet, Canada has constructed us as the villain in this story, as the terrorist. Yet, ironically, it's Canada that's the outlaw, because in order for them to do this, they have to break all of their own laws. They have to break their own constitution. They have to break treaties they signed. They have to break all of the international rights that they have signed on to. They literally have to be criminals themselves to do what they're doing to us. And as we know, genocide is the worst crime that can be committed on this entire planet, and they're guilty of it. So although they've worked really hard to criminalize us, they are in fact the criminals. And we've only survived at this point from genocide because of the fact that we have been criminally indigenous, which means that we have broken every unjust Canadian law in order to be indigenous. And that's how we have survived. We may be portrayed as terrorists, we may be called terrorists, but we know who the terrorists are. Someone come and visit Mi'kma'ki for a while. You want to see domestic terrorists? Then just take a look at those non-native fishers who are burning buildings and vehicles and making threats both online and in person about digging graves to put our people in, dumping out and killing our lobster catches, and doing the same kinds of threats and intimidation to all the local buyers so that we don't even have anyone to sell to. They would rather us starve to death and burn to the ground than share a fraction of what is our own resource. And I think the most important thing about our solidarity as nations coming together is that we have the power to expose it all to the world. We're not limited anymore by begging mainstream media to put our voices out there. We have social media. We have the internet. We have the power to educate. And it's that education that is going to be the power. Because remember, who's the real governments on Turtle Island? It's always been the people. Always. We may have spokespeople, but they're not the power the people are. And the more educated they are, then the more empowered they are to take action. And remember, the kind of revolution that we need moving forward to support and empower all of this Native resistance doesn't have to be everyone. Everyone doesn't have to be in a consensus. So it's okay if not everyone agrees, because keep in mind, we're all colonized people. And we all deal with decolonization in a different way, and we're at different stages. Our people are going to come along at different stages. So it's it's absolutely essential that we wrap our arms around people like Molly and Skylar and make sure that they know they're not alone, and make sure that the government knows, oh, we are so behind them. And not just people in Canada, but people in the US and many other countries. And because of that, and because of the solidarity we've built with other groups like Black Lives Matter, we have the power to save this planet. And I believe we will, because of what we're doing now here today and in so many other places. We are getting our voices and the facts and information out there, and we are always coming at this from love and peace and wanting our human beings and our spirit ancestors and all of the plants and animals in this planet to be healthy, happy, safe, and secure. And that is righteous, and that is just. And I think if we focus on that Canadians will see just how unjust their own governments are, and will eventually shed them in exchange for something better in the future. So thank you. Malalig.
Pam, you are such a force. Thank you so much for that.
Once again, we have community favorite Pam Palmer with her excellent education and her speeching and her talking and her wisdom. And who is this? Jesse Smollett. I don't know who Jesse Smollett is, but probably another fake profile. Yeah, Momo. Yeah, they do that. They like pick different people or different streamers, and they like make a fake account using their name. And they do that, which is really stupid. Yeah, that's the only reason why they do it, so it'll flash up on the screen. Trying to demolish or diminish whoever the name they're using is. Smollett is an American actor, okay. Although I'm not too sure if it's an American actor, what's the importance of making a fake account and using that name in the way in which they do it in. So I don't know. People are strange when you're a stranger. He's a black man who is the center of a large controversy, is all I'll say. Okay, all right. So I don't know why they would be a liar, but I don't know the controversy. So I try to avoid a whole lot of the drama scene just because I don't like it. I'm not interested in drama. I never understood why people in the grocery stores would be automatically buying those, drama and magazines. Except when it talked about Elvis as an alien. They didn't die, they just went back to their home planet. Oh, force the vote. What are we force it? What are we forcing the vote about? What vote are we forcing? Hex Rain 12. What vote are we forcing? The vote to lock up Donald Trump? Yeah. Let's vote. Let's force that vote. Yeah. Force Pelosi to hold a floor vote on M for All, or she loses the speakership. What's M for All? Oh, Medicare for All. Oh, okay. Yeah. Medicare for All. Yeah, I'm down with that. Medicare for All. Yeah, everybody should have health care. Should just be a given. Everybody is entitled to have health care. That should never be an issue. I don't know, I thought AOC was for Medicare for All. But like I said, I mean, it'll never pass, but I'm down for a floor vote. Yeah, Momo, exactly right. Apparently not. Okay. Who got to AOC? Who got to her? It's a disagreement over tactics. She has not answered to force the vote. Okay. She is for health, she is for medical for all, but it's a disagreement over the tactics of it. Yeah, since when is she not? I can understand that, she may have some disagreements with how capitalism is going to stick its dirty little fingers into it, and the US will keep the treaties. When has the US ever kept treaties? When? Can anyone tell me when the US has ever kept a treaty? It's never kept treaties. I swear we need a sarcasm front. Yeah, I know, right? Right, Momo? So usually people use that little capper head when they're doing sarcasm. X-Rain. Yeah. This guy. Usually they use that guy after they say it when it's sarcasm. Just for future references. Okay. They should be that little smiley face you see right beside sending a message. But all right, I get you, Hex Rain. I get you. We're actually in the middle of something, and I don't think we're going to see anything of importance. Not much as ever do you see of importance in the House voting right now. Well, I think why they might have banned you was because you posted it a few times, and they just maybe saw it as, yeah, right. So I don't think per se that they disagree with the force to vote. I think they just thought of it as like spam. So what usually happens, but trust me, I wasn't spamming near as hard as others. I get you, but I don't know what channel it was, so I can't tell you their exact reasoning for it or what it is. Once is enough before you engage in dialogue. Yeah, 4 times over like 5 minutes. So that's why. Future reference, when you're in some place, do it once and then engaging in dialogue. Yes, we know people are dying, but that's not going to change the government. You and I both know this. Come on now, X-Rain. Reality sits as this. People are dying, but the government doesn't give a fuck. Because they're getting paid by big corporations not to give a fuck. We both know this. And once again, I am well aware, Hex. I have multiple chronic illnesses and we lost our health care on the 1st. I'm waiting to hear back from the government whether or not I get health care or go off my meds. Exactly, Momo. No problem, Hex Rain. Just future reference, bro. No problem. Just, future reference. Remember that, it's easier to have a conversation with people than it is to constantly post one thing over and over again. You get farther with having discourse. Know what I mean? Well, actually, right about now, there's 17 people. Well, even if I had like 100 and some odd people here, I still would be listening. Yeah, I know, you're not dissing me. I don't have 2K viewers, that's okay. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. I believe in having communication with all my viewers. I know not everyone follows that same philosophy, but I know a lot of people that are smaller streamers. They're not in the 2K plus streamer variances, that actually take the time out and have a communication with the people in their chat, in their community. So, just like I said, you have to remember, man, that, that's actually where it's at. As weird and screwed up and crazy it is, the smaller streamers actually pay attention to their community. Yeah. I'm not sure why people strive to somebody who, I don't know, what the hell. It's weird, but it is what it is. All right, Hexy Rain, have a good one. Bit Bagel, thoughts on sport teams finally changing Indians and Redskins? I think it's about time. I don't know why they did it in the first place. I think it's about time. I think it's about time they finally change it. Yeah, it is sad and another insult that they did it in the first place, yeah. It's just like those old cowboys and Indian movies, you know, Western movies that you used to watch as a child, right? All the native actors were all white people, painted their skin browns. Because indigenous people aren't people to them, they're objects. Yeah, exactly, Momo, exactly. And I think the more people start to see us as humans just like them, the more people start to wake up. And like a friend of mine said, the only way we'll ever see true revolution is the day that sports and fast food restaurants and possibly the internet is cut off, is done with. Because all that is a distraction from what's really going on, is to keep the populace calm. Also, so many white folks be like, I'm 1/20th Cherokee, that means your ancestor did some bad stuff. That was literally a thing for a long time. My great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother was a Cherokee princess. No native tribes ever had princesses. Just saying. Yes, the elusive ancestral native princess, yes. But these are the stereotypical myths that they portray to keep the population thinking that we are an enemy, that we are some form of an enemy that we are not. Like, don't get me wrong, man. You know, if you come from a fucked up society and world where you have no connection to anything, in my family it was supposed to be Chickasaw. Looking back through my family stories, there's no way. I feel you, Momo. And you're stuck in this fucked up reality, and you need, and you're lost, and you're desperately trying to find something to cling on to. You know, I get that, you want to come and hang out with us indigenous people. I get that. I get that you want to feel some kinship to us. I get that. But, just be you. Learn our ways, understand our ways, but be you. Don't be ashamed of your nationality. Even if your nationality is the main reason for many atrocities that happen all around the world. It's like, don't be ashamed that you're English. Be ashamed of the whiteness that it constantly perpetuates. Yeah, perpetuates, yeah. Does that make sense? Be that change, right? I mean, let's face it. You know, we don't have a whole lot of time left before human race is almost extinct. Or if not completely extinct. Yeah, be the change and help the change move forward in the next generation. Exactly, Momo, yes. Be that change. I mean, you know, let's face it. Once these big corporations are all done milking out what you guys call North America, what we call Turtle Island, once they're done milking out every single thing that they can milk out of it, they're going to walk away and find somewhere else. And once again, these governments will collapse. And what you'll find is indigenous people. So, might be a good idea to know them. So let us get back to our video.
And certainly, last but certainly not least, welcome, Skylar. So happy you could make it. Please go ahead.
There you go, everybody. Yeah, live from Landback Lane. And so we're managed to find a nice quiet spot out in the part of the area that isn't developed yet, or isn't the development hasn't started yet. So here at Landback Lane, like as I'm, kind of glancing around, it's an area of, 27 acres that is been completely flattened of every blade of grass, every tree, every shrub, and it's all been bulldozed under and it is now a barren bit of clay that is, where there's bits of water or the weeds are starting to grow, and the bits of life that once was this spot are starting to come back. And I guess just where we're at today, like the barricades up with highways and railways dug up, and it is a hard spot to be in, to know just how big a force that the OPP is trying to exert, how much Canada and certainly the province is trying to push to get our people off the land here. And so for us to make the humble stand, to be able to remain in that peaceful stance for the last 111 days today. And so this stance for us is seeing rubber bullets buzzing by our ears. One young man, I had to pull taser darts out of his back. Another guy had his face dragged along the asphalt in front of the development. And so it's been a traumatic scene here over the last several months. And I know some of the panelists today, like Starla, has seen some of that firsthand and has been down here as some of these things have unfolded. And Pam, I know we've had several conversations about all of this. And so like this constant threat is something that a lot of our people are dealing with all the time. And so for us to be able to come together and, looking at some of the questions that you had, and for a lot of Native communities across all of Turtle Island, that bit around unity is really, really, really difficult. Certainly in this country anyways, like the Indian Act stuff for the last 100 years now, has created those divisions, has created massive divides in our community. And these governments and the police, the RCMP before the OPP, and the Brits before that, have all looked for those cracks in our community to be able to drive wedges in. And so for me anyways, that bit around that unity piece has to start at home. And we really need to do that heavy lifting within our communities to be able to grow and to heal and do all of that hard work of healing from those, for us here at Six Nations, it's like 96 years since the Indian Act has come in. And so for us to do all of that healing, to do all of that heavy lifting, we need the space and time to be able to do that. And so I know here a lot of folks have been talking about a moratorium on development and what that looks like, and how we can push that forward. Respecting all of everybody's voice in our community. And I know for a long, long time now, our community has been, all of our communities have been, whether it's residential school or, now it's over incarceration of our people, under policing, over policing, like the list goes on and on. And so, so for me, that bit of unity it's got to start at home, and we need to be able to start to build those relationships. Certainly across Turtle Island with all of our Oklahoma people across the country, across North America, for us to be able to amplify each other's voices. Because that's the thing, is when there's a call out for whether it's boots on the ground or solidarity actions. I know when Wet'suwet'en stuff was going on out there, we blocked the highway here. And actually when I was arrested on August 5th for 1492 when the cops raided, I was charged with blocking the highway in February and March. We held the highway for
I gotta say, 16, it's funny because my grandma, after residential school and after whatever happened between her and my grandpa, and she divorced, spent the rest of her life doing her best to try and hide the factor that she was Native. And yet all these other people are trying their best to try and find some Native connection. Not that I don't blame them, but it is kind of funny when you look at it, right? Us Indigenous people trying our best to get away from the stigma of being a Native, and all the garbage that came with it that was thrown upon us for being Native. It's just kind of funny, honestly. But let's get back to the show.
For quite a few weeks, 6-7 weeks, I think. And so it was, I think that's kind of part of that dialogue that we need to have, because like these are the things, as we were nations unto ourselves before all of this, and all of us had relationships that we need to pick those relationships back up and start to understand that those reserves that they put us on, what they thought were going to divide us and keep us from, sharing and trading with each other, and all of the things that the colonists did to be able to try and keep those divides within all of our different communities. Now with the phones and internet and social media, now we have all of these communities that they thought they could take advantage of by running all of these power lines and pipelines and dams and all of the colonial infrastructure that they have. They ran all of that through all of our backyards, and now for us as communities to be able to say, like, when something happens in Mi'kma'ki or Wet'suwet'en territory, or it doesn't matter where it is, if we can amplify each other's voice by taking from them the things that they've taken from us for the last 500 years. This is something that can amplify each other's voices in ways that we've never been able to do without the communications that we have now. And so for us to take advantage of those opportunities to stand with each other in solidarity and amplify those voices. If you can't get your boots on the ground in Wet'suwet'en, if you can't get your boots on the ground in Mi'kmaq territory, then you know what? Then you need to get your boots on the ground in your own backyard. Because that's the thing, is when we stand together, there is nothing that there's no call out that can't be respected, because we as a community, when we are a community, we are able to amplify those voices in ways that there's no government, there's no police that won't be able to hear it. And so with all of the kind of ally support from whether it's Black Lives Matter or non-native in general, is a lot of us in our community are going to be grateful forever for the help that we've gotten from people of all races and all from all the places, because we wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't be here 111 days later without all of them. And it has been an amazing bit of community that has built up around 1492 and all of the people that came in here with us. Like it's been an amazing 111 days to really feel that love from both settler and
Momo, 111 days without getting to go home, without getting any rest. 111 days. Unlike a lot of the protests that we see, where they're out there in the evening, they're there till the wee hours of the morning, and then they go home and sleep and rest and whatever else. See, this is what I mean. There's a difference. Indigenous people, when we do things, we commit to it completely. We're there. 111 days. No going home and resting. No, you know what I mean? We're there. We're in it till the end. And this is where you hear that exhaustion. 111 days. No rest. Constantly fighting. Constantly having to deal with the tactics of law enforcement. Yep. Bone deep exhaustion. These are things that I try to express to everyone, to take notes on, to understand, to truly get your point across, you can't just go there for a few hours and then go home and rest. Literally, you have to do it. You literally have to stand up and do it and go for go. I know it's hard, but if we can do it, I don't see why anybody else can't do it either. Do you know what I mean? The government doesn't hear you when you're only out for a few hours every night. They don't really listen to you. They don't really care. But when you spend 111 days out there 24/7, and the more people do that, the more the government has no choice but to hear. If that makes any sense. Because that's what the government expects, right? You go out, you do a little protest for a few hours, then you go home. Life goes on. They go back to doing whatever it is that they're doing. All the underhanded garbage that they've been doing. They go right back to it. You may even get a few that'll come out and stand up and go, I'm with you guys, yeah, this is horrible. Meanwhile, all the while, it's still going on.
Columbus has to die.
Unban Meyer.
After 500 years, kill him!
Urban Meyer. Okay, Urban Meyer, thank you for the follow. These are the things you got to look at, right? This is things that I try to express and show, and it's like, here, take a page from us. Like, literally. So let's get back.
Indigenous communities and the like, to see people drive here from, days and days travel away to come and, pitch a tent and cut wood and help build and do all the things. And again, I would like to extend that invitation out again to anybody to make that call out, because right now, this, that colonial enforcement of these injunctions that have been used throughout all of Turtle Island to be able to, to silence and force the OPP or the RCMP or whatever policing agency it is in your territory. We've had to bear the brunt of all of this, and so for us to to create that unity amongst all of those, whether that's again like Black Lives Matter, whether that's different settler communities, like we when we stand together are able to amplify each other's voices in the most amazing ways. And I can't stress enough how grateful and appreciative I am for everybody and all that they've done to be able to boost the causes. When they came in on August 5th, there was 100 OPP to arrest 9 of us. And so now that there's as many as there is, I don't know what that force would look like. And so as long as we can keep those boots on the ground, as long as we can keep people warm and fed, we're going to be able to maintain our camp here, and we're going to maintain the push to get our land back. And as far as I'm concerned, is the feds in the province want to push to get negotiations going Like as far as this land, it was like this land is ours, and this isn't part of that negotiation anymore. Our people have had to see bullets fly past their heads. They had been tasered and shot at, and you know what? This and for all of us, this is those days of being able to negotiate who this belongs to is well over. And so if you want to negotiate about what a moratorium looks like, you want to negotiate what nation to nation relationship building looks like, absolutely, I'm in for that. But when you draw guns on women and elders in our community, you can expect that our people will stand up for that. And you can expect for all across Turtle Island that people will stand up alongside us, just like we will stand up alongside any of them. And so I like to say my thanks to all the panelists and the people listening. Like it's a real honor to be on this panel with you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Skylar. Thank you for your work. Thank you for showing up. And to all of you, all of the panelists, this has been so inspiring, and so many of the questions and comments. I mean, quite frankly, there's a lot more comments than questions. And those comments are about how very inspiring listening to you all has been for people who are both
So oh damn, Prezzo. So I want to share with you guys, where is it? What one of the people in this community has managed to get together or put together. Hopefully you all enjoy it.
Who's that whitey on the cross Romans hung up in a diaper? Not the Christ, that's the image of a viper. You try to tell me that some dude who looks like me came from Middle Eastern stock off the Sea of Galilee? Stop it. We know you photoshopped it. God had you in the family portrait, but she cropped it. Brazen with the optics, hillbilly prophet. Some tried to stop it on that corn bean and squash tip, but Whitey squashed it. All limbs chopping off. Finally, 2020, real shit popping off. Cops still knocking off. Basically, all non-whites ravenous describes their cold-blooded appetite. I know. I look like dueling banjo, but misdirection was always in their plan, though. They had it out like man Danny Moe and Curly Lambo, false idols of the white folk.
There are infinite ways we could try to describe, but could we please stop pretending that Jesus was white?
We hold these truths self-evident, a stain that remains. You introduced me to a God I had to worship in chains. Shakespeare and King James pimp lies in his name. Every slave obey your master, played a dangerous game. Ever since they wrote that version, blood been falling like rain. Hypnotized us with religion, Gaza strip up in flames. An allegory's just a story, it don't gotta be facts. They told me Jesus spoke in parables to cover their tracks, and Michelangelo's depiction meant destruction for blacks. So swing low, sweet chariot, they breaking my back. From the days of Cain and Abel, love's been under attack. So pay attention to this journey while we move through this track. No samples, all original, picked fresh from the earth. Exposing legendary lies to free your mind with new birth. This ain't no synagogue or temple, no mosque or no church. So just adjust the bass in trouble and find out what you're worth.
There are infinite ways we can try to describe, but can we please stop pretending that Jesus was white? There are infinite ways we could try to describe, but could we please stop pretending that Jesus was white? There are infinite ways we can try to describe, we can try to describe. There are infinite ways. There are infinite ways we could try to describe, but could we please stop pretending that Jesus was white? There are infinite ways we could try to describe, but could we please stop pretending that Jesus was white?
Nice. That was brought to me by one of the people in our community. Awesome. I love it. Gotta love that. Yes, it is good stuff. Aww. Aw, my daughter is streaming. Aw. Well, I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours this Sunday. So I am going to raid into my daughter, and hopefully if you all haven't followed her, y'all stick around for the raid, please and thank you. Join in. Let's help keep this promotion of our people. Supporting each other. And of course, like always, yeah, so if everybody would hang out for the raid so that we can give a nice raid.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follow.
Kill Columbus!
Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Bagels, yeah, right? All right, we shall see you guys soon. Much love and respects. And let's rock and roll. Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Really? Is Twitch taking rock and roll? Really? Guess we'll try this again now. Everybody please join in the raid. Did it go through? Is it just me?
It was kind of like, okay, cool, no one can talk, so I can just read the book. So I was like able to get more reading done. But the chat came back eventually. It was fine.